following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
Call to order the Cary Town Council meeting, and at this time I'll recognize Councilmember France for our ceremonial opening. Mr. France.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd ask everybody to please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're at agenda item 1.3, which is the adoption of our agenda. The applicant for item 5.2, Hodgerol et al. Properties, owner-initiated annexation petition, and item 5.3, the Westchester rezoning, requests that we remove these items from the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I plan to read a proclamation for the Green Hope High School robotics team. And if you are here, we were looking for you earlier. If you are here, I would invite Griffin College, Jasper Brindis, and Osvin Kana to join me at the podium. They are here. Yay.
Guitar. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Don't be shy. Come on.
That's my age.
Harold Weinberg. This is part of the Green Hope robotics team. They started in 2013 with just 2 members, and within a few weeks grew to 23 members.
Wow.
This robotics program operates on a business model, and the team meets for about 3 hours after school almost every day. And I applaud you for your robotics. I have a computer science degree, and way back when, decades ago, one of the classes I had was to create an operating system to take a robotic arm and pick up a glass and put it down right beside. As far as we got was...
We can definitely appreciate that.
So I really appreciate what you guys do. It was very difficult. It was several months, and we were not successful trying to, and I don't think anybody was. Maybe one team was. There were several teams like this. So what you have done is fantastic, and thinking that you've done it at the age you're at is very encouraging, very exciting. And we are honored to have you in Cary and doing the things you're doing. And I would like to read a proclamation on your behalf. Whereas Green Hope High School Falcons Robotics Team 5190 is a highly competitive high school first, and FIRST stands for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology Robotics Competition Team. FIRST is an organization built on the ideas that science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEM, are founding principles of our future workforce. And being in the field, I can tell you it is. Whereas Team 5190 was founded based on the idea that boundaries of classroom learning can be torn down by going above and beyond the normal learning classroom experience. The mission of Team 5190 is to enrich the lives of students through STEM education. Whereas this team's inaugural contest was the highly competitive North Carolina FIRST robotics competition held in March of this year. And whereas the 23-member team finished as the competition's 8th seed as a rookie team and moved into the quarterfinal round elimination. And whereas Green Hope High School Robotics Team 5190 won the Rookie All-Star Award at the North Carolina FIRST Robotics Competition, giving them an automatic bid to the national competition held in St. Louis, Missouri. They were also winners of the Pitt Safety Award. Whereas, as the National FIRST Robotics Championship, Green Hope Robotics Team competed with teams from Mexico, China, Netherlands, Brazil, and other global FIRST robotics teams. The team finished 77 out of 100 in their respective division, and that's a strong showing for a rookie team at an event filled with veteran teams. And whereas at the National FIRST Robotics Championship, the Green Hope Robotics team won the National Rookie Inspiration Award. This award is presented to a team with outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering and engineers, both within the school and within their community. Now, therefore, I, Harold Weinbrecht, Jr., Mayor of the town of Cary, do hereby, on behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, extend sincere congratulations to the Green Hope Robotics team on their success and best wishes for future endeavors when you bring back the first place prize. Proclaim this 26th day of June 2014. Thank you. Please enlighten us about how intelligent you guys are and what you guys are doing.
Oh, that's
No pressure.
debatable. Anyways, we'd just like to thank everyone in Cary for helping us achieve what we've achieved. And that's definitely a lot. As high schoolers, we've learned a lot about the STEM field and acting as professionals in not only engineering, but marketing and other business fields. And this knowledge that I gained during this last year, participating in this competition, has definitely taught me more than I've ever learned previously. And all these skills can definitely be applied to future endeavors and everything I do in the future.
You know, I've learned so much about not only, you know, what engineering is, but about being a leader and, you know, having interpersonal relationship skills. It's given me a leg up, and I've recently got a job because I was part of FIRST Robotics.
Wow.
That's what FIRST Robotics is, you know. I've worked with hand tools, I've worked with other people, and people who want to hire somebody are looking for people who do those things, you know. And it's a fantastic thing, FIRST Robotics. I've never had an experience like it, so. You wanna say something?
Yeah, I would just like to say, we got one.
Into the microphone.
We want everybody on TV to hear.
We've got one other person in the stands, Ryan Dixon. We would not have gone, here, stand up, right over there. That's Ryan Dixon. He's the driver. We would not have gotten.
Gotta have wheels.
Gentlemen, thank you and the best of luck to you. We're now at item 2.2. Mr. France will handle this item, presenting the Parks and Recreation Month proclamation. Mr. France.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask our Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Director, Doug McCraney, to please join me at the podium. I forget which one you all want.
I know. Is this one?
I think you can use either one.
I'll go this one. Well, as many of you know, the town of Cary's Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Department is one of the town's crown jewels. It's something our citizens always rave about. It's something we always get high marks on. And Mr. McCraney and his staff are directly responsible for that. They do a phenomenal job, and we are all so grateful. And as the council liaison to the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Board, it's my honor to present a proclamation recognizing July as the Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Cary. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of the Cary community and other communities throughout this country, whereas parks and recreation areas are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in Cary, ensuring the health of Cary citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of our community and our region, whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are disabled, and improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens, whereas our parks and recreation and natural recreation areas ensure that the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and whereas parks, recreation, and cultural resource programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. Additionally, parks and open space and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. Now, therefore, I, Don France, on behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, do hereby proclaim July 2014 as Parks and Recreation Month in Cary, and I encourage all Cary citizens and visitors to enjoy using the parks, trails, programs, and special places that enhance the quality of life of our community. Proclaim this 26th day of June 2014.
Real briefly, I want to thank Mr. Franz for his continued leadership as our liaison to the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resource Advisory Board. I want to thank Council for their continued support for the parks programs and facilities. And lastly, just urge, since July is Parks Recreation Month nationally, urge Cary citizens to go out and enjoy any of our 28 parks, 70 miles of greenway, or any of our venues. And I want to put a plug in next Tuesday, even though the United States soccer team lost, they're still in it. And we have a free viewing party at Wakeman Soccer Park at 4 o'clock, and they're going to play Belgium. So all part of the month. Well, maybe a little early. Well, maybe it is July, but anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McRaney, and please thank your staff for everything they do. And of course, we have an advisory board that's outstanding, and that's part of the reason we have the best parks system in the state. Thank you.
May I have a question? Do we ask a question during this whole process, or how does it work?
There's a public speaks out, which I'm getting ready to do right now. Our next agenda item, public speaks out, we've included instructions for speaking at this forum on the printed agenda. If you would like to speak, please take a seat in the rows to my right that are shown as reserved and follow the instructions on the agenda. Public Speaks Out speakers have up to 3 minutes each for their comments, and speakers may speak on any topic that is not a public hearing. Speakers have a 3-minute time limit, and to be fair to all of our speakers, we're going to enforce that time limit strictly. There is a timer located on the podium. When the green light turns yellow, that means there are 30 seconds remaining. And when your time expires, the yellow light turns into a flashing red light. And at that time, I will interrupt you, not trying to be rude, but trying to be fair. I'll interrupt you and ask you to immediately conclude your comments. And I thank all of our speakers in advance for adhering to the 3-minute time limit, as we have a 1-hour time limit for Public Speaks Out, and there looks like there is a lot of speakers who would like to speak. We also ask that groups allow for a spokesperson to speak on their behalf to reduce repetitive comments. I thank everyone in our audience for respecting that this is a business meeting. Please do not applaud, make remarks from your seats, or anything else that might be distracting from this meeting. So we have reached the time to begin Public Speaks Out, and I will invite our first speaker forward at this time.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening. Please move to your left. The guys upstairs will be very happy with you if you start from the left.
I will speak loudly. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cecilia Gabriel, and I live in the ETJ for 25 plus years now on Wake Robin Lane off Branton. And as you know, Branton is on the consent agenda tonight, and I'd like to ask you to remove it from the consent agenda and give it some additional consideration. I don't know when the final engineering drawings came out. I believe they came out several days ago. I have not had a chance to review them. I don't believe anyone from our subdivision is here tonight because they did not know that this was going to be on the agenda. So I respectfully ask that you remove it from the consent agenda and give it some additional consideration. It would be my hope that you allow us as a community to spend a little bit of time reviewing the engineering documents. I want to remind Council that this proposal solves a problem that we will not have for 25 years. This is a traffic problem, a traffic adjustment, road adjustment for a planned upgrade to the road for 25 years from now. So respectfully, I ask our community to be given the opportunity to review the final documents and see how it will impact us. The biggest impact is that Branton Drive has only one means of entrance and exit from onto Green Level. There's no back door. There's no hidden garden path that you can creep over to the next subdivision. There's one road. And by limiting our left turn access off of Branton onto Green Level, this dramatically reduces our ability to get into town. And as several of you know, I do work in town, so I will be turning left my whole life. Our children in the community turn left to go to school. We spoke to the engineering department briefly about the opportunity to move the start of the divided median to the, I guess it would be east, closer to 540, and then begin the break on that side. I don't know where that proposal stands. I don't think it's in the final documents, and I'd like a chance for our neighborhood to review it and understand how this will dramatically impact us going forward. I also saw briefly on the agenda, this is all I've gotten from here, that the problem with Branton is that it's too close to the other roads. One new road that isn't even built yet is not, no one's asking for it. There's no subdivision there, there's no plan there, there's no residents there, there's not even a driveway through this field. The other is that Branton is too close to Glenmore and Highcroft. And I want to remind you that this subdivision is 30 to 40 years old. We were there first. When I moved there, it was still in the town of Apex. And that the town created the problem themselves by putting Glenmore and Highcroft too close to Branton. We were there. You guys moved in too close.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you now.
Thank you very much. I hope you'll hear my plea.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, council, and community members, I'm Wayne Dillard, and our family resides at 3250 Camel Road. This is in reference to the rezoning 13 REZ 27, the Pritchett Farm Tract. My wife and I have lived in this area our whole lives, attending and graduating from Cary High School in '65. I'm representing our community tonight, hoping to gain your support in denying the applicant's rezoning petition 13 REZ 27, the Pritchett Farm Tract. Our community doesn't believe the proposed zoning of this tract provides a proper transition to adjoining properties. We also understand that the Pritchett Farm Tract may not be feasible to develop under the zoning of existing properties in the area of R40. But we also believe no prior planning or guidelines were intended to develop 60-plus 8,000 square foot lots of the proposed 95 home sites as planned for this tract, adjacent to lots averaging 2 acres. Although some sites may be 15,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet, this doesn't appear to us to be the proper transition or match the spirit of our community. Our community believes this tract developed with a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet would be comparable to the existing community. Our hope is that the heartbeat of the council would be to decline this zoning in favor of something with less density and adequate transition that would also make the view at the end of Cary Parkway look more like the town of Cary, standing tall and proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Adcock, and Town Council members. My name is Margaret Phil Campbell, and I live at 2816 Campbell Road. I, too, am speaking concerning the Pritchett Farm property. And I am speaking tonight on behalf of myself as well as our community. We are all aware that the Pritchett Farm could be at some point will most likely have a request for higher density. Our group totally agrees that the 20,000 square foot lots along the perimeter of the property are great. And when it comes down to it, the R8 and the R12 is on Holly Springs roadside. We could say that that will not have any effect on us, but it will. I personally would like to see custom-built homes or high-end tract homes with windows on all 4 sides. We believe that this type of home would blend in with the community since the remainder of Holly Springs Road from 1010 to Tryon Road is dotted with older homes and high-end subdivisions as well as estate homes on large tracts of land. I believe that to come into the town of Cary on Holly Springs Road from 1010 and come upon an old farmland dotted with higher density and somewhat lower quality homes provides no transition for our community or for the town of Cary. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is Ken Raber. I live at 7001 Fordland Drive, and I also will be speaking on behalf of the residents tonight on the 13 REZ 27, the Pritchett Tract, your agenda item 6.4. Very simply, I'm going to ask you to vote no tonight. I want to talk a little bit about that, and we'll conclude with that. For several years, I've been a speaker at Campbell University's MBA program. And one of the things I've encouraged of our young leaders as they move through the process is that people will remember, or people may not actually remember everything that you say, but they will always remember exactly the way you made them feel. I'll come back to that in a minute. At your May council meeting, there were a lot of very good comments, and we appreciate those comments. They were very thoughtful and comprehensive on our concerns. But there was one comment that was very encouraging to us, and that was a comment that encouraged MI Homes to meet with the residents, seek resolution of our concerns so that we might be able to withdraw the protest petitions. No such conversation took place. On June 11th, our group got together to discuss how we would approach that, and decided to contact the Cary Town staff, who responded immediately with a copy to MI Homes. We found out there were some minor changes to the rezoning that were simply not reviewed with the residents, not discussed with us in advance. And shortly after that, that afternoon, MI Homes contacted us and said, we want to discuss our proposal with you. Now, what we heard and what they said are two different things. What we heard is, we want to cram this down your throat. Now, we know that's not the words that they used. We know that's not what they said. But if you go back to what I said earlier, it's not what they said, it's how they made the residents feel. And right now, the residents feel very strong that we have had absolutely no input with MI Homes into the process. They have not asked to meet with us to discuss some resolutions, some ways that we may be able to meet forward. And that's what we would hope for. And that's what we were very hopeful for at the end of the last meeting. None of that took place. We were very disappointed in that. To go along with what you heard tonight, 20,000 square feet along the perimeter is a good solution. It's a good place to start. 8,000 and 10,000 square foot lots are not the transition that we had been looking for, considering the surrounding neighborhoods. And we appreciate the comments we've heard from council on connecting Fordland Drive. That is a major concern for us, but we simply have no closure on that issue, and that is very important to us. So again, as you move forward tonight, because we are very concerned that we have not been involved in the process with MI Homes, they have specifically excluded us in this process, that you vote no tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please don't start it until I get my glasses on there.
I don't control the button, but we won't.
Okay. Mayor and council, my name is Melvin Tucker. My wife Allison and I live at 5929 Fordland Drive in Raleigh. I'm here to speak in opposition to MI Homes' proposal for the development of the Pritchard Farm property. Since our first meeting with MI Homes 9 months ago, I've gotten to know my neighbors a lot better. I've found them to be good, honest, optimistic people who are not opposed to Miss Pritchett or the development of her property, but wanting fair treatment from you and reasonable accommodation and consideration from MI Homes. For the last 9 months, we have been focused on 3 words: connectivity, compatibility, and transition. Let's start with the word connectivity. Fordland Drive is a curvy, hilly street, 20-foot wide, no curbs, no gutters, no sidewalks. And if you approve their proposal, it will no longer end in a cul-de-sac, which would damage our environment. We continue to strongly oppose connectivity and opening up a Fordland Drive. Let's take the word transition. If you approve the proposal submitted by MI Homes, the lot sizes bordering the eastern edge of the development will be somewhere around 15,000 square feet, or about 1/3 of an acre. Our average lot size is 1.1 acres. We believe that's too radical of a difference and should not be considered as appropriate transition. Finally, let's take the word compatibility. If you approve MI Homes' proposal, there will be 2.5 dwelling units per acre in Area 1. That density is not in keeping with the character of the surrounding area and will have a significant, as we see it, adverse effect on our property values. That density is not compatible with the surrounding area. My optimistic neighbors, 70 or so, believe that you will not approve opening up Fordland Drive, and I share their optimism. However, they are also optimistic that you will not approve such a radical transition and a density that is out of character with the surrounding neighborhoods. My experience in local government as both a department head and elected town council for over 20 years keeps me from sharing my neighbors' optimism regarding the issues of transition and compatibility. Why? Well, a simple reason, because MI Homes' proposal does in fact meet the minimum lot size requirements of your land development ordinance for R8 and R12 detached residential districts.
I'm sorry.
I just hope that you, as elected representatives, want MI Homes to do a better job than just meet minimum standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jason Barron, on behalf of MI Homes related to 13 REZ 27, the Pritchett Track rezoning. It's a popular case tonight. Connectivity, transition, compatibility. Connectivity. Earlier this week, my client offered a zoning condition with respect to this development that we have already negotiated with town legal staff that says vehicular access to Fordland Drive shall not be provided unless required by the land development ordinance at the time of development plan approval by the staff or otherwise required as a condition of site, sketch, or subdivision plan approval. MI has no interest in a connection to Fordland, and that condition is an affirmative statement of that. There's a text amendment going through the process right now that if you all make the policy decision that a connection won't be required, then a connection will not happen. Connectivity. Transition. The site is a quarter of a mile away from half a mile away from 250,000 square feet of retail and a mile away from Crossroads. Holly Springs Road is a heavily traveled major thoroughfare in the town. Since the last time we met, we have updated our zoning conditions to require a minimum of 20,000 square foot lots on the entire eastern and southern boundary of this property. The eastern boundary is what abuts the properties on Campbell Road. The southern boundary is what abuts the properties on Fordland Drive. And finally, compatibility. Compatibility is spoken to in the land use plan. That's the purpose of the land use plan. With the conditions that have been offered to date, along with the additional conditions, as well as a revision that has happened again in the last few days, requiring that a grain silo be relocated to the front of the property and be maintained by capital area preservation, there can be no argument that this case doesn't satisfy the town's long-range plan for development of the site. With all of that said, connectivity, transition, and compatibility, this case passes with spades, in my opinion. Obviously, that's you all's determination to make. However, because we have offered conditions within the last 10 days, this case, we're asking for a deferral so you all can review the conditions that have been offered. You'll hear some of that from Deborah Grannon's presentation by the staff, and ultimately we look forward to continuing to fine-tune this case in a way that the town can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Chad Lloyd with John Whelan Homes and Neighborhoods. We appreciate Council's acceptance of our postponement request for the rezoning case 14 REZ09 Westchester and its accompanying annexation petition 14A04 Hodge-Worrell et al. Properties. In light of recent meetings with individual members of council and neighboring property owners, we have elected to explore alternative possibilities for land planning the assembled properties. And we'll work with the planning staff to set a new date if we determine such revisions are feasible. Any proposed changes will be communicated to nearby residents and feedback and suggestions for their feedback and suggestions, which we very much respect. Sincerely appreciate the staff's guidance through the process and council's feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I'm Larry Ballas from, you know where I'm from, 139 Indian Creek Lane, Apex, North Carolina, Chatham County. If you want to talk about transitions and developments, the Westchester area that's being talked about is out in my neighborhood. And this 90-acre project is surrounded by 500 acres of livable land that people have built houses on. Average size of the lots is about 10 acres, and now they're asking for 8,000 square feet houses. It looked like a belly button, but it won't. Hopefully he'll change it so that you all can live with it as well as us. But the reason I want to talk tonight at People Speak Out is I'm a member of the Raleigh Coin Club, and we're having our annual expose coming up on July 18th, 19th, and 20th at the State Fairgrounds, the Exposition Center. This is one of the bigger shows on the East Coast. It's a coin and stamp show, and it's free admission. There's free parking, free appraisals of your coins. There's educational seminars, educational exhibits. There's a young collector program and free coins and stamps for kids. And one can pan for gold with the North Carolina's own Reed Gold Mine. They'll bring in dirt and you'll be able to pan for gold and maybe find you a little nugget. That'd be fun for the kids. But in addition to this, we're having community involvement this year. We're having a food drive. And we're asking everybody to bring a can of food, and they'll be entered into a lottery to win some prizes. And so we'll help out the people in the area that Wake County and Cary and places like that are in for the food bank. And I think that's important to help people who aren't fortunate enough, some of us, to get food on a regular basis. So if we could all think about it, look for the advertisements in the News and Observer, and there'll be some on some of the free access channels, some advertisements. It's a really good show. It's, like I said, one of the bigger ones in the area. And come out and enjoy it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ballas. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Koss. My husband and I live at 200 Indian Creek Lane in Apex, and we're a neighbor of Larry Ballas, who I understand, and by reviewing your minutes, I know has spoken here many, many times. This is my first time speaking. I want to just express my opinion. We just moved in the last 2 years to the woods of Chatham. We love the neighborhood. It's quiet, it's dark at night, it's hilly, there's horses, there are bicyclists. It's right by the tobacco trail. And the proposal I know it's been taken off the agenda for Westchester, but I would just ask a subdivision, I would just ask the council to consider the rural nature of this area and the fact that the Hodge Harrell property is just a little island in the middle of a neighborhood that has 5 to 10 acre lots. And if that property, we're not opposing development, but if a development has 8,000 square feet lots, it's going to be hard to ride your horses or take your bikes down those roads. And on the other side of our subdivision, there are many, many subdivisions like the type that has been proposed for here. We would just ask you to consider keeping our neighborhood peaceful and rural. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out before we move to public hearings?
Hello, my name is Chuck Smith. I'm a landscape architect with Withers and Ravenel here in town. I don't typically stand up during this time and speak to you, but I feel strongly enough about this because of work we've been doing recently, and as I've gained a greater understanding of the issues associated with your proposed champion tree ordinance. We've designed more residential neighborhoods in Cary and in the Triangle than anyone over the last 30 years. So I think we've got a knowledge base and an understanding of the issues associated with this. And I'm proud of the projects where we've been able to save significant trees. And in situations where our client did not prefer it and the town was not advocating it. My favorite is the large oak overlooking the Harris Teeter on Kildare Farm Road at the entrance of Crescent Commons. Nobody wanted to save that tree but me. Trees are important to us. But over the past few weeks and months, as we've been doing more plans and layouts, trying to factor in the proposed ordinance to properties in town, we've come to an understanding that my opinions are based on tonight on things I say. I don't have time to get in the weeds, and we can do that later. But I'm guessing, and I could be wrong, that you haven't taken your ordinance and tried to design a subdivision with it. And I think you should do that before you pass it, just to understand the unintended consequences of where it's going to take you. We are happy to donate our time and services to help you do that if you choose to do that. But I just wanted to express that opinion as we have gained this knowledge as we go along here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Wasn't going to do this tonight, but you've pulled Ari as far as Harl and Hodges' property. But I am the
Give us
one
your
who
name,
sent you. My name is Lynn Fass.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, 101 Markham Plantation,
Thank you.
Apex, Chatham County. I sent you all a letter, email, with a picture of the archaeology stones that have been found, the spearheads. And they have been verified. I've called the Smithsonian, spoken to the Raleigh Natural Museum of History. It was found on the Lavender Farm. That is Hodge and Harl's property is a horseshoe shape now. The Lavender Farm's in the middle. Mrs. Santos owns it, and they found these spearheads there. And the man who found them, William Auld, he suggested that we call Duke and, get the ball rolling, that they are, in fact, 5,000 to 8,000 years old. So I don't know whether this is going to have anything to do with what your decision's going to be as far as the subdivision goes, but it's not in conjunction, as we have been told for 8 years that I've been listening to these meetings, that it's going to be in conjunction with what is surrounding us. I'm worried about my well. I don't get a good return on my well now. It's compromised, much less a development going in, where I heard that this swimming pool and the clubhouse are going to be on well water. And then this has been found. There's 3 of them that have been found now. It's indication that it's probably a village there at one time. We're talking the Ice Age here, guys. This isn't, 50 years ago. This is 5,000 to 8,000 years old, and it has been verified. So I just want you to reconsider this area. Obviously, it's a fragile area, and we would, like it to be in conjunction with the reason we moved out there. I have a horse farm. I have 10 acres. I like to keep it nice and quiet. I don't need house, roof after roof after roof after roof. That's not why I moved there. I understand development comes and it goes, but please consider the people that are there, that live up and down New Hope Church Road. You have the tobacco trail there. You're going to be putting in a park. This is a lot for us to handle on that road. We can't do it. And I don't want to see that beautiful road turned into a 3-lane highway because of a subdivision. And then having this archaeological find, I think, should have some influence on your decisions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. David Fass from 101 Markham Plantation in Apex. I'll be brief because a number of us have spoken about this Westchester development. In addition to the transition problem, concern that we have with going from these, 5 or 10 acre lots to 2 houses per acre, it's just going to change the look. But I think that even more than that is, we have a horse farm, and if there's a water problem, how are we going to feed our horses? Forget ourselves. You can't buy little bottles of water to give the horses water. This poor woman across the street from us bought this property right in the middle, right where this development is going, built a beautiful home, and has a farm growing flowers. And this was all beknownst to her, and then boom, she's finding out This whole development is being built right around her. And I don't know if any of you would like to live in a situation like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? See no one, we'll close Public Speaks Out. We now move to the consent agenda portion of tonight's meeting. Item 4. For the benefit of people watching our meeting on TV, we're going to take a moment to review our consent agenda items. Please note that one vote approves all of these items. On the consent agenda, we have the minutes, Spring Arbor Plan Development District rezoning and comprehensive plan consistency, Green Level West Road widening project, ratification of resolution for Freddy's at Searstone, resolution for tax collection for the fiscal year 2014, police captain upgrade, North Carolina Biotechnology Center grant for Novozymes, interlocal agreement analysis of impediments to affirmatively further fair housing, management contract extension for the Cocoa Amphitheater, acceptance of the Section 108 loan from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Would council members like any of these items pulled for discussion?
I would like to have 4.4 Green Level West Road widening project pulled. And I'd like to have an opportunity to understand this a little bit better from our staff and give the citizens the opportunity that they asked for to, collectively understand what's going on and the implications to their neighborhood.
Okay. Any other items pulled? Is there a motion to approve the amended consent agenda?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to public hearings. Same rules apply for public hearings that applied for our Public Speaks Out, with one exception. There is a 5-minute time limit for your comments. Our first public hearing is on the proposed Fifth Amendment of the Purchase and Development Agreement for the Maton Inn and related matters for economic development. And Mr. Boyd, our downtown manager, will present this item, and then council may take action. Mr. Boyd.
Good evening, council. Before I begin and get into the Fifth Amendment, I wanted to share a little bit of the backstory so that we know. In October the 26th, 2012, council unanimously approved for the town of Cary to enter into a purchase and development agreement with Memento Mori to purchase lots 1, 2, and 3, the Waldo Rood House and the Maton House, to construct and operate a boutique hotel on the site with approximately 30 to 50 guest rooms and suites and related amenities, and incorporate the Waldo Rood House and Maton House into the design and operation of the project. Council subsequently unanimously approved the following amendments, as well as authorizing the Section 108 application, which we received the approval letter on June the 17th, and council just approved the acceptance of the $1.4 million for the Section 108 loan. The contents of the Fifth Amendment are clearly detailed in your staff report, but I wanted to provide the 5 highlights of the main elements in that. First, the amendment of the corporate structure of the developer of the project, the amendment of the schematic drawings, the increase in the budget of the project, and the amendment of the terms of financing, and an increase in the minimal aggregate capital investment. Additionally, the contents and the details are also included in the staff report related to the additional matters of economic development, where town council must determine the projected average hourly wage to be paid to workers by the Maton Inn, the market value of the property conveyed by the town, and the consideration to be received by the town for the property, and that the conveyances of property will stimulate the local economy, promote business, and result in the creation of a substantial number of jobs in Cary that pay at or above the median average wage in Wake County. Following the public hearing, council may take action, and staff would recommend the that council adopt the resolution authorizing the town manager to execute the Fifth Amendment to the PDA and make findings about the projected average hourly wage, the market value to the property conveyed by the town, and the consideration to be received by the town for the property, and that the conveyances of the property will stimulate the local economy, promote business, and result in the creation of a substantial number of jobs in Cary that pay at or above the median average wage in Wake County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. At this time, I'll open the public hearing and invite our first speaker forward.
I'm Scott D. Doug. This has sort of been a done deal from the beginning. We all understood that, but we appreciate the chance to speak out. I just want to share an article in News and Observer, June 11th, and they announced a new Starwood A-Loft boutique hotel in Raleigh. It's 135 rooms with 100 parking spaces. There were some interesting numbers in there. Starwood is leveraging $16.6 million loan, construction loan, which comes out to about $123,000 per room they're leveraged. The Maiden Inn's 40 rooms with no parking is leveraged at twice that amount, $250,000, over twice that amount. And if you add in the HUD loan and you add in the land loan, it's well over $300,000 per room. That's a lot. The costs are going up. We don't know where the money's going. We just know it's coming from us. But I guess all I can say is this is why a lot of us feel the government shouldn't be in hotel business. And this is why North Carolina has laws that require governments to open bid things. And I believe if perhaps Starwood had bid on this, it could have come in a lot lower. Or perhaps Starwood would have said there's no market for it. We would have learned a lot. I think in the future, we should not be in private enterprise. And I think we should follow the laws of North Carolina and not hire lawyers to find ways around them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Ray. My name is Alan Turco, and I'm speaking on behalf of Cary Watch. In the last year and a half to 2 years, I've probably talked to 150, 200 people regarding the Maiden Inn. The vast majority of those people, they didn't have any idea about the Maiden Inn. And the majority of them didn't even know anything about the downtown economic development. Hence, the low turnout in the area conversations. Disappointing, isn't it? But when I took the time and explained to them about the Maiden Inn, the first question was, why? And then I explained to them how we're going to finance it with our tax dollars. It went from why to anger. Cary Watch also did a petition some time ago, and we collected over 250 signatures. Basically, they wanted sound financial business decisions and transparency about any downtown project. This hotel doesn't fit that. So we are convinced by the data and our interaction with these folks that you are moving forward with this hotel against the will of the people. And it defies logic. Why are they against it? The cost and the risk of our hard-earned tax dollars. So let's quickly run through that. $1.4 million HUD loan that we have total responsibility for. We classify that as high risk. $951,000 that the town is providing to the Crossmans for the purchase of the property. And they pay no interest or principal for 4 years. We classify that as high risk. $1.3 million developer fees that you all waived, and they get to claim it as equity in the hotel. We classify that as stupid on our part. $325,000 in demolition cost. Isn't it their responsibility to clear that? We also classify that as stupid on our part. Here's the kicker. We paid $1.8 million for those 3 lots, and we're going to sell it to them for $951,000 plus the 2 houses. $800,000 gone. Poof. Where did it go? Now, let me ask you this. Where are they going to park, these guests and workers? Assuming on one given day, they got 80% occupancy in that hotel. 9 people are working in the hotel that day. That's 45 cars. And there's a wedding party that day. That's another 15 to 20 cars. Where do they park 60, 65 cars? Well, according to the site plan, they can park at the library, the Methodist church, or on the street. So now they're going to compete against me in that library for those parking slots? I don't think that's fair. And you should ban any on-street parking for hotel guests and workers. That should be reserved for us that want to go downtown and maybe shop on Academy Street or maybe visit the park. Well, the hotel is in your hands, and we know you're going to approve it. We're not stupid. But here, Cary Watch wants to go on record that we are against this hotel project as it is currently being proposed. We are not against the hotel, but we are against it being financed by our tax dollars and the parking problem that it's going to create. Why? Why such a sweet deal for a hotel the majority of the people don't want? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bye, Ray.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Schaefer. I am president of the Heart of Cary Association. Our association represents the businesses, the nonprofits, and the residents who are paid members and are inside the Maynard Loop. And we just wanted to let you all know, as we have in the past, that we represent those inside the Maynard Loop, and we are in full support of this hotel coming to downtown Cary, and we appreciate this council's continued support of increasing the quality of life in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My wife and I live on Trimble Avenue in Cary. Been there since 1999. We've been following the Maton Inn project since it was announced to the public.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you give us your name, please?
Peter Emmons, E-M-E-N-S, sorry. We realize this, like previous public hearings, is perfunctory, that the deal to build a luxury hotel was struck with the Crossmans without any public input. To our dismay, decisions in the town of Cary are wrought by town staff and outside consultants, and then rubber stamped by our part-time council members. Sadly, public input is disparaged. We, the Emmonses and Cary Watch, are not against the construction of the Maton Inn, and we hold no prejudice against the Crossmans as the developers. We believe that elected officials such as yourselves are representatives of the residents and taxpayers of Cary and not agents of the Crossmans. In many respects, staff and town council have crossed that line. As taxpayer advocates, we have repeatedly asked that taxpayers be shielded from risk and loss in the same stringent manner that private lenders protect the interests of their stockholders. Given a taxpayer investment of $6 million, we have suggested that the town request a performance and payment bond along with deeds of trust and promissory notes that are fully collateralized by brick and mortar equity. Waiver of $1.3 million in general contractor and development fees and tax abatements are within the realm of reason. Smart economic development is the good deal recently consummated, as we recently heard another speaker, by a number of others. Morrisville, where Teleflex Company will invest $25 million in the area and create 75 jobs. Cost to Morrisville taxpayers $200,000. And last year, MetLife committed to investing $85 million and creating 1,200 jobs with a $1.9 million subsidy from the town of Cary. To its credit, Cary and the Chamber of Commerce have been very successful in bringing jobs and investment to our area. But $6 million for 40 low and moderate income jobs is not a reasonable investment, and the notion of the $250 a night hotel igniting economic development in the downtown area is presumptuous. There doesn't appear to be any pent-up demand for the opportunity site, and at this rate, the town will go broke trying to entice developers. Good locations with income potential will naturally draw investors. This was proven out by the June NNO announcement that Starwood Hotels and Resorts will build in the Triangle. This is a 135-room boutique hotel with 98 parking spaces. And to quote, the developers secured a $16.6 million construction loan from First Tennessee Bank. And 2 other new aloft hotels are in Chapel Hill and in Durham. So what do we learn from this? What do we learn from Starwood? Starwood Hotels did due diligence in researching the viability of these locations for profitable private venture. 2, there's no commitment of taxpayer monies, no exposure of public monies to risk and loss, no $1 million waiver of development fees, no $1 million HUD borrowing, no $1 million pre or post-development and infrastructure costs, and no convoluted land purchase deal. 3, if the Cary Opportunity Site is an attractive and viable location, Starwood Hotels would jump on pent-up demand to build a hotel there. 4, and Starwood Hotels can build a 135-room boutique hotel with retail space on the first level and 98 parking spaces for $16.6 million. So why is the Little Maiden Inn estimated to cost upwards of $12 million with no parking? Sounds like another Cary movie house boondoggle. Having studied the 2015 budget, we know Cary is not as rich or debt-free as some would have us believe. The amenities that have us citizens entertained and complacent are running on deficit spending. This can't continue. We urge the Town Council to adopt fiscally conservative spending habits and more thorough analyses of future proposals that come to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for this public hearing?
Hello, Colin Crossman. I'm from Durham, although I soon hope to be here in Cary. Your Honor, members of council, my wife Deanna and I are excited to have gotten this to this stage and are finally ready to begin construction of the Maiden Inn. We're looking forward to serving and contributing to this vibrant community, and we thank you for your patience and consideration of our project. This isn't the end of the road or the beginning of the end, but perhaps it is the end of the beginning. Just to address one point brought up by Mr. Turco, he claims that the town waived $1.3 million in developer fees. As you know, this isn't quite accurate. That figure is actually money that Deanna and I are waiving, since it is our sweat equity. The total project cost is actually $14.3 million, with the rest of the funds coming from our equity and traditional bank financing. That $14.3 million is for a 4-star boutique hotel, not a 2-star A-loft. We want to be respectful of your time and, of course, seek your support on this technical modification of the agreement that we already have with the town. And I simply wanted to make myself available if you had any last questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Thank you.
Anyone else for the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions or comments or motion.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the proposed Fifth Amendment of the Purchase and Development Agreement for the Maiden Inn.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Discussion?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh, there's a new one.
Ms. Bush, I think there's a proposed motion to make sure that you cover all the different decisions that council has to make tonight in the findings.
It's a reading one. Okay.
So
I'd like to amend my motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Was there a second? I don't know if.
Don's the second.
Okay. I move that we adopt the resolution before us tonight authorizing the manager to execute the Fifth Amendment to the PDA and making findings about the probable average hourly wage, the fair market value of the interest to be conveyed by the town, and the consideration to be received by the town for those interests, and that the conveyances will stimulate the local economy, promote business, and result in the creation of a substantial number of jobs in Cary that pay at or above the median average wage in Wake County.
Second.
There's a motion, second. Discussion? I just want to make one other correction in the comments I heard that no public input was allowed. This has been going on for how long? A year?
Oh, gosh.
Since 2012.
Since 2012, hours upon hours upon hours of staff time has been spent answering questions, equating, ironically, to thousands of dollars of staff time answering questions. So I think we've been about as open and honest as we can be. Just want to make that clarification because it came across as we're ignoring everybody. Anyway, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Council.
We removed item 5.2 and 5.3 from our agenda at the beginning of our meeting, so we'll move to items 5.4 and 5.5. Betty Ann Truelove, owner of the initiated annexation petition, the Wheelerwood subdivision rezoning request. We're going to hear a staff report. We're going to allow the applicant to make a request, and we're going to conduct a public hearing. Council will not take action this evening. Ms. Bierman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the public hearing on a request to rezone about 6.81 acres on True Love Drive. The site is on the north side of True Love Drive, about 300 feet west of Bells Lake Road, and it's just to the southwest of the proposed alignment of 540 and a future interchange at Bells Lake Road. This is a closer aerial view of the property. There are two existing residents on the lower portion of the site adjacent to True Love Drive. It's also adjacent to the Park at Langston subdivision, which is under construction. There's also an annexation public hearing included with this. This is the initial Town of Cary zoning since it's not in our ETJ, so that annexation is included as well. The existing zoning of the site is residential 30 in Wake County. This has is pulled out a little bit for the view so you can see the site in the context of the area. Here you can see the Westlake PDD, also the Middle Creek and Westlake schools and parks in this area, and the Park at Westlake cluster subdivision is down in this area. This is a closer view. Again, this is the property in question, and the remaining properties in this area are also in the R30 district in Wake County. The proposed zoning is transitional residential conditional use. The proposed zoning conditions would include limiting the lot size to 8,000, a minimum of 8,000 square feet, the maximum density of 3 units per acre, and a minimum lot width of 60 feet and 70 feet for corner lots, and a minimum side setback of 5 feet. With the exception of the setback requirements, the other zoning conditions are consistent with the standards in the R8 zoning district. The setback, the minimum setbacks requirements are more restrictive than otherwise required in the TR district, but are less restrictive than what would be in the R8 district. Shows the Cary land use plan. The site is in the low-density residential designation, which allows 1 to 3 units per acre. According to Cary's GIS maps, there's a small, very small area, potentially a stream buffer in the northwest corner of the site. Field determination of this would be made at the time of the site plan review. On Cary's Parks and Greenways plan, there is an existing greenway that was installed by the Park at Westlake subdivision that terminates at the corner of the property just off of the site. According to Cary's transportation plan, Bells Lake Road is a major thoroughfare, and True Love Drive is a minor or is a local street. Currently, True Love Drive is maintained by NCDOT. At some point in the future, as development occurs and builds out, the remainder consideration would be given for that coming into Cary for maintenance. This is a notification map. You can see the properties highlighted in yellow were notified of the public hearing. However, there was an error and the property was not posted as required. So for that reason, we will need to continue the public hearing to the meeting, to your next meeting on July 17th. In the interim, we will post the property and re-advertise as needed so that there won't be any questions regarding the notification. In terms of citizen feedback, this states one caller that had called this afternoon. I did receive a second call with just general questions regarding annexation and the impact on the adjoining neighborhood, particularly low-density neighborhood to the south of the project that is maintained or remains in Wake County. That concludes staff's report, and at this time I would call on the applicant for his comments.
Would the applicant please come forward?
Good evening. My name is Don Curry, Curry Engineering Group, 205 South Fuquay Avenue in Fuquay Varina. And on behalf of the applicant, we appreciate your consideration of this annexation and rezoning. I would like to note that we are prepared to add a single-family use to the proposed conditions. That is the intent of this development, is single-family only, not multifamily. So that wasn't identified initially, but we would like to make that clear and prepared to add that as well. So I'm available to answer any questions if you have them, but thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And we might have questions after the public hearing.
Very good.
At this time, I'll open up the public hearing, and I would invite the first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? I see no one. I'll close the public hearing. And before I enter, I'm sorry?
Oh, they don't want you to close.
I won't close the public hearing. We need a motion to continue the public hearing, but before we do that, can we discuss it?
You can continue, you can discuss it and then continue it at the conclusion of Ms. Bierman's comments.
Very good. So, nix what I said about closing the public hearing, that's habit. Council members, questions or comments about this proposal?
I'm just a little confused. I think I must have missed something. I didn't see any stream buffers that would impact this site. Is the applicant going to be doing a cluster community and putting a lot of open space electively around the outside perimeter that they would need 8,000 square foot lots? Like you wouldn't do 8,000 square foot lots and get a minimum density of 3,000 square feet if you did the whole thing 8,000. So why are they asking for 8,000 square foot lots and a 5-foot setback, which is really small?
The maximum density would be 3 units. As the conditions that are proposed would have a maximum density of 3 units per acre to ensure that it's consistent with the low density designation in the plan. In terms of the lot sizes that are proposed are 8,000 square feet. So a number of the conditions are consistent with the standards found in the R8 district, with the exception of the setbacks.
I guess what I'm confused about is usually, I'm familiar with seeing that. Usually when I see that, I see a parcel of land that's riddled with creeks that run through it, that they have to save the land. I'm confused why we're getting what looks like a piece of land that is not impacted by anything, unless maybe I missed something, like an easement, if there's a big utility easement that runs through there or something that can't be built on. Why would they need an R8 classification if they're going for low density, and why would they need 5-foot setbacks, which is a very, very tight densities and situated?
I would have to defer to the applicant to answer that. In terms of constraints on the property, there aren't constraints in terms of large areas of buffers on the side.
There are not
There are
any
not.
constraints, okay.
And if the council wishes, we can ask the applicant.
That's a
Yeah.
good idea.
Okay, applicant, please come back.
Your point is just they could be larger lots if there's any reason not to. Right. And they don't have to have 3, they could have 2.
So did you understand her question?
I did understand the question, yes. Thank you for asking. You're right, there are no specific buffers or anything, any environmental features, other than the typical need for a stormwater management back at the end of the property. Just given the constraints of just the general geometric shape of the property that we're working with, and our goal of 70 by 120-foot lots, the 5-foot setbacks work for the density that we're trying to get. And keep in mind, we're not violating the land use plan at 3 dwelling units per acre. We are complying with that component of it. But just given the size and the geometry of the property, that works best with what we're trying to get in terms of density and lot count. And actually, the smallest lot that we have right now, based on our preliminary layout, is closer to 9,000 square feet. So we're really not very close to the minimum of 8 that we're showing with the R8 or the similar R8 zoning.
Do you know what the setbacks are on the adjacent neighborhood?
I don't. I know it's R8 CU, but I'm not familiar with what those zoning conditions are.
Okay.
I don't know if Mary knows.
That area is, the zoning there is R8 conditional use. There weren't any specific conditions related to setbacks. The zoning conditions for that parcel include an average lot size of 9,200. And there weren't any specific requirements for the setbacks, so it would revert to the R8 setbacks, which are 5-foot minimum and then a 20-foot aggregate, both sides combined.
So both sides combined, 20 feet?
Correct.
Minimum?
The minimum in R8 is 20 feet combined. An individual setback
Can go
to 5 feet, so the house could shift on the lot within that range.
Okay, but in general, you wouldn't see 10 feet between each house of 7 houses in a row. You would end up having to have 15 feet on one side and then, or larger, 20 feet on one side, because one house might get 5 feet and the other house would get 15, and then on its other side, it might have 5 feet, and the next neighbor.
That's correct.
Okay.
They could be as close as 10 feet together if the 2 lots together had 5 and 5.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I drove through a neighborhood right before I came here to look at what 5-foot setbacks look like. I didn't love it. It's over in my district, and, you approve things, and then you go back and you see what it actually looks like when it's in the ground, and sometimes you can have regrets. So 5 feet is very close. It's 10 feet between houses. It's very, very close. So, it just, you have to be really careful when you do that. You have to make sure that your buildings are going to look incredibly nice if they're going to be right up on top of each other like that and not a stream of boxes.
sure, and these are custom-built homes. They are very attractive. They're higher dollar homes, so that will be a very, very nice presentation and a good look for that community.
Does any kind of, so you do not want to do that aggregate 20 feet where you can shift a building back and forth? You want just 5 feet on either side?
That's what we're requesting, and again, just to get that lot density, given the geometry and the relatively narrow and short size of the property we're working with. That works best with what we're trying to get. Yeah.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Other comments? A motion to continue the public hearing?
I'll make a motion, we continue the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, and just for clarification of the motion, that's to July 17th, our next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's
Yes,
what you
that's-
intended as well. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're at item 5.6, the Ogburn owner-initiated annexation petition. Ms. Grannon of our staff will present this item. We're going to open a public hearing, and council may take action this evening. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a request for annexation of approximately 18.4 acres. The property is located on Penny Road, approximately 960 feet west of the Penny Road and Ederly Drive intersection. The property is in Cary's ETJ and is currently zoned residential 20 conditional use. And the request is associated with the subdivision plan 14 SB 008, which proposes development of 20 lots. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Very good. This time I'll open up the public hearing for this owner-initiated annexation, and I would invite the first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? I see no one. Close the public hearing. Open it up to council members for questions, comments, or motion.
Mayor, I'll be happy to. I got to say, it's great to see us, see someone come to us voluntarily and wants to annex a donut hole. So I'm thrilled by that. And I would move approval of owner-initiated annexation 14A07.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is the Meacham and Burton owner-initiated annexation petition. And once again, Ms. Grannon will present the item and we'll open the public hearing and we may take action. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. This is a request for annexation of approximately 15 acres located in the northeast quadrant of the intersection of Carpenter Fire Station Road and Green Level Church Road. The request also includes 1.46 acres of adjacent right-of-way. The property is in Cary's ETJ, is currently zoned mixed-use district, and the request is associated with site plan number 14 SP 007, which proposes development of 14,760 square feet of retail and commercial use. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. This time I'll open up the public hearing for this owner-initiated annexation and would invite the first speaker forward. Anyone for this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, open it up to council members for question, comments, or motion.
Make a motion to approve annexation 14-A08.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to items 5.8 and 5.9, the Barbie Allen Powell owner-initiated annexation petition and the Barbie tract rezoning request. We're going to hear reports from staff, allow the applicant to explain the request, and conduct a public hearing. Council will not act on these items this evening. Instead, we'll refer the rezoning request to our Planning and Zoning Board. Ms. Grant.
Thank you. This is a request for a rezoning, case number 14 REZ 15, and a citizen-initiated annexation petition, 14A09. The subject property is on approximately 13.20 acres. The vicinity map shows the subject property located to the east of Davis Drive and south of Hogan's Valley Way. And a zoomed-in view shows the two subject properties along Hogan's Valley Way, the 0.6 acre parcel, and then the larger tract, which is a portion of the Barbie property. And the annexation petition is also for a portion of the Barbie property, highlighted here in red. The Barbie property is improved with an existing single-family home and several outbuildings and farm buildings. Cary's land use plan designation for the subject property is low-density residential, and there is a small portion of parks and open space shown in green here, adjacent to Hogan's Valley Way. The existing zoning is residential 40 for the Barbie property, and then there is a very small portion of the property that has a designation of PDD, part of the Preston development. The proposed zoning is residential 12, conditional use. The eastern portion of the Barbie tract, shown here in brown, is not proposed to be rezoned, and the applicant's proposing to keep that in the current R40 zoning. This shows you the location of the portion of the property in relation to the overall Preston PDD. And a zoomed-in view shows that this sliver of land, this approximate half-acre area of land, was not part of the open space plan for Preston, and it wasn't designated for any particular development. It was residual land when Hogan's Valley Way was put in. So it's not making any significant changes to open space requirements for the Preston PDD. The applicant has proposed a condition that the density shall not exceed 2 dwelling units per acre. And property owners within 800 feet of the subject property were notified. We received one protest petition, highlighted here in blue. It was outside the 100-foot boundary and therefore is not eligible as a valid protest, but we did note the concerns of the citizen, and that was that there was too much traffic on Davis Drive, so it was a request not to approve any additional development. Today we received a couple of phone calls from citizens asking that the pond be preserved, and the land area where the pond is located is not part of the request. Just wanted to point that out in case you hear from those citizens. There's a tiny portion of the property that is impacted by a stream buffer according to Cary's GIS maps, and field determination of that would be required at the time of site plan review. Cary's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan shows that there is an existing street side trail along the opposite side of Davis Drive. And the transportation plan identifies Davis Drive as a major thoroughfare and Hogan's Valley Way as a collector. And this means that a 50-foot streetscape would be required along Davis Drive and a 30-foot streetscape along Hogan's Valley Way. There's a future transit route proposed along Davis Drive, shown in green. And this concludes staff's presentation. This time, I'd like to ask the applicant to come forward, and following the public hearing, I'll be available for your questions.
Thank you. I would invite the applicant forward at this time.
My name is Chuck Smith, Withers and Ravenel, 115 McKinnon Drive in Cary. I'm representing Preston Development Company in this matter, and I'll be brief because our proposal is fairly straightforward, and given all the things you've been listening to before this, the fact that we're coming in with this lot size is kind of amazing to me. And the reason we're doing that is because we're in the middle of Preston, and we promised in our neighborhood meeting, and we promised our adjacent neighbors that we will be as consistent to what they have surrounding us. Thus far, we've only included a condition that guarantees a maximum of 2 units an acre, resulting in about 24, 25 lots. We have chosen to hold any other conditions until we get further into the champion tree issue and the historic home issue, which both exist on this site. I don't think, again, getting back to some of the things I was talking about earlier, one of the things your ordinance does not contemplate with the trees is the fact that you will be dealing with, as our farmland has developed throughout Cary, typically what's reserved is the homestead with the old home and the trees that have grown up around it. And it's been interesting to understand how these two issues relate to each other. Because it's going to be difficult to save, if you move the house, for example, it will be difficult to save the trees, maybe impossible. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at. Various lot layouts we've done makes it difficult to preserve the house in its existing location without it having an unusual orientation towards any street that we drop into the property. So we know that this is a particularly important issue to Mr. Yerha. So we've already met with staff on site. We've already met with capital area preservation to understand what our responsibilities will be, what our options will be, because we don't want this to come up later in the process and become something we've got to hurry through. So it's because it's important to you, it's important to us. It may be important to others sitting there, but I know particularly to Mr. Yerha, so we're treating it seriously. We will be presenting other conditions that get at giving, if there is any lack of certainty of what we're trying to do to blend into the adjacent neighborhoods, we will be providing conditions as we go through this process. But again, we need to study the existing conditions a little bit more before we can get to that point. So I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mrs. Smith. This time I'll open up the public hearing for this annexation and rezoning request and would invite the first speaker forward.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Claiborne Barbie Powell, excuse me. I live at 200 New Londondale Drive in Cary. It's a part of Preston. I am one of the owners, along with my brother and sister, of the Barbie property. This was our home for many years. It was, like so many homes in this area, it was a big tobacco farm. And although my father did not farm there, we had tobacco on the farm. And through the years, we have sold different parts of this farm. Our father died in 1960. Our mother died just 10 years ago. And she lived in the home with, we were all young when our father died. And we lived in the home until we went to college. And then after college, we married and we moved away. I moved to Atlanta, but then I came back to Cary. And my brother lives in Preston. I have a daughter that lives in Preston. And then my brother has a son that lives in Preston. We kept the house up for our mother, and she died 10 years ago in March. We had a lot of good times at the house. We would have picnics and family gatherings. But as everyone gets older, I'm getting older, my brother's getting older, and my sister's getting older. I'm the oldest one. And we decided last summer that it was time for us to decide what we were going to do with the remainder part of our property. And we contacted Preston because we had sold some property to them in the past. And we knew that we wanted to make sure that anything that was developed was continue the good tradition that Preston is known for. We have Hogan's Valley on one side, and next to that is one of the golf courses. We have houses on Glen Abbey, that's where my daughter lives. On one side, have houses at the back, Burlingame. We have houses over on Creek Park. And we're just like this little, very beautiful, has been a very beautiful little island in this development. But we decided that time has come for us to make some changes. Our children, our grandchildren, we have 10 grandchildren. They have, my parents had 10 grandchildren. And then all of the grandchildren are married, they have children. And we did not want to wait until one of us died for them to make some decision to do what to do with this property. It's been very, very hard decision. But after talking to Preston, our family had talked about the house. Now, it's approximately 100 years old. I don't have the exact date when it was built. There's a back part that had started out with 2 rooms, and then they added on to the front. And so we lived there. We grew up with my grandparents living there and my parents. They died. My father died when he was very young, and then, as I said, my mother died, our mother died, and then we all basically, just moved out of the house. We visited quite a bit, and so we have some attachment to the house. But what concerns me is that when we were talking to Preston to begin with, because we were assured that it would be a low density, something keeping with the neighborhood. We told them, they asked us if we wanted to move the house or preserve the house. And we said no, because there's just so many memories there. The house, even the report that the planning committee or someone that came out and looked at the house said that it was in good condition. Well, it may have been in good condition for a house that's 100 years old. And the picture that was shown up there, I don't know when that picture was taken. It's a beautiful house. Unfortunately, it's gone into, no one's lived in the house since my mother died. Neither my brother or sister or I want to live in the house. And nothing has been done. We, probably in the late 40s, we had some renovation done, like running water and stuff like that, because it was just pretty much an old farmhouse with a well, etc. We have not done anything to preserve it for any historical preservation. We have not asked for any status as a historical home. In fact, we didn't even know until about 2 weeks ago that it was on this inventory of old homes in North Carolina.
Ms. Barbie, I'm so sorry to have to
Oh.
interrupt you. Your time is expired.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But you can provide information to us through email or through the town clerk's office, and we'd certainly like to hear from you.
Okay. Can I just say that we are not interested in preserving the house?
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot that I had.
That's okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Flanagan, 106 Fire Tree Lane. And as it turns out, this project is likely to connect from DeCourtly to Fire Tree, creating a cut-through in Preston, which would really create the major traffic artery down those streets. The streets have no sidewalks, and in order to get onto Creek Park, you need to make a U-turn. People are very likely instead, though, with the two streets being connected, to cut through from Hogan's Valley through to Courtly to Fire Tree. Those streets have no sidewalks. There's children's playing on them. So I really ask that in referring this to the Planning and Zoning Committee, that you consider asking them to figure out a way to make sure that it's not creating a big cut through and that we divert the traffic some other way. So I ask that you consider amendment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for this public hearing?
Yes, my
Could I
name's...
get you to move to your left, please?
Oh, sure.
We want everybody at home to hear you, too.
They probably don't want to hear it. My name's Walt Butch. I live at 102 Preston Arbor Lane. And I've lived in construction areas before, and the traffic and the roads getting torn up, the dust and everything. The concern I have is I would like to see some provisions put in that says that the majority of the construction traffic would come down the existing driveway to avoid going through the residential area where the children are playing and where they would tear up the roads as much. So it's pretty short and sweet, but I'm trying to, keep our roads safe and everything. And it would be real nice. There's an existing road there already, and I'd like that to be taken in consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for this public hearing? We're going to close the public hearing, open it up to council members for questions or comments. Mr. Urhara, I know you're going to speak about the house.
You would be very disappointed if I didn't. First, I'd like to thank Mrs. Powell for her comments. In Cary, we're not just interested in the history of houses, we're interested in the history of families as well. And I'd personally like to talk to you a little bit more about the Barbie family and the history concerning it in the near future, if you don't mind sharing that. As far as the house itself, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your concern. I know there'll be some questions at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting about it, because there are people there who are concerned probably as much as I am. So it would be a good thing if you had a little more information, as this moves along the process. But I appreciate your attention to it. Planning and Zoning will probably also have some questions about the traffic. I know there's only, what is the maximum of 20 houses or something like that, 25 houses? It's not big. And I really appreciate the lot size. I think that's great. And I know there's not a lot, but any traffic added onto Davis Drive, and I guess that's what one of the invalid protester was talking about. It's just such a crowded intersection that anything added there, I think, is going to prompt some questions. So I would be prepared for that for Planning and Zoning. But otherwise, be interested to see what happens as it moves along, and if I can be of any assistance with the house or how that works, please let me know.
And before we continue, let me ask Ms. Grannon a couple of questions. As far as construction traffic, do we have provisions in place to prevent, or the authority to prevent them from cutting through neighborhoods and keep them on site?
There are some opportunities that we can look at until a certain percentage of the development is done, but we'll certainly look into that, whether or not it's sufficient or if a zoning condition can be entertained. We can review that with the applicant and discuss that further.
And then the other issue brought up was connectivity. Once again, the connectivity. So this is not a rezoning.
Correct, and this is a stub road that does go right to the property line. And the expectation was that when these houses were built, it was required that they stub to property where there would be future development. So this is the road in question right here.
So to bring everyone up to speed, if you're not familiar with what council's been struggling with, this is a rezoning and an annexation, so we're talking about the type of use, and case law, I guess is safe to say, not prohibits, but discourages us from trying to address connectivity at this level. I hope that's fair to say.
It's more that our ordinance requires it at the LD level.
Ordinance requires it,
at
we
site
don't have
design.
authority to waive that connectivity at this time.
That's right.
The applicant would have to request it at site plan, which is when the details of the site is done. If you were here earlier this evening, someone's trying to give a good faith effort through some type of statement in the rezoning process to show that that's where they're going. But this is an issue council is struggling with, and right now ordinances require connectivity, and even though we totally understand, and I'm guessing we probably agree, I don't know, I'm speaking for others, that may be a serious issue. We might not can discuss it. Well, we can discuss it. We can't base our decision on it. Others probably have comments, questions. Mr. Frank.
Just one question for clarification. I mean, yes, I see the existing street stub to the south. I'm assuming it's just a road that ends. It's not a cul-de-sac or anything,
No.
right? There's a fence or a gate or something right there that just keeps you from driving into the woods or something?
I have not visited the site, but I will certainly do that going forward just to see what it looks like. But
it's clear.
The right-of-way does go right to the property line, correct?
It's pretty clear looking at it. You could envision that road going somewhere in the future. Okay.
Others have comments or questions? Okay. This will move forward to our Planning and Zoning Board for their consideration and recommendation, and will come back to council at a future date. Do we have any idea when Planning and Zoning would see this?
That depends on whether or not there's any additional zoning conditions and advertising. So we'll have that updated on the website as soon as possible.
Okay, so stay tuned to the website and if they do make changes, there will be a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Board, so you can express your comments at that time. Okay, thank you, Ms. Grannon. Our last public hearing this evening is the Flint property at Indian Wells Road rezoning request. We're going to hear a report from staff. The applicant's going to explain the request, and we're going to conduct a public hearing. And council will not act on this item this evening. Instead, we're going to refer it to the rezoning request to the Planning and Zoning Board. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. This is a request to rezone approximately 4.74 acres located at 7041 Indian Wells Road. The subject property is highlighted here in yellow. It's located on the south side of Indian Wells Road. And an aerial view shows the property is wooded and developed with a single-family detached home. The land use plan designation is medium-density residential, and there is a note on the plan, the Northwest Area Plan, note number 19, that housing within this area, taken on the whole, should have a substantial mix of at least 2 or more of the following residential types: detached, duplex, or patio dwelling, semi-detached, detached dwelling, and/or townhouse. And there should be a variety of lot sizes, overall density of about 3 to 8. And then it notes that in the event of single-family detached housing, no mix shall be required. And the applicant is proposing single-family detached. The existing zoning is residential 40, and the applicant is proposing residential 8 conditional use. The applicants offered conditions to limit the density to a maximum of 3 dwelling units per acre and to limit the use to detached residential. This shows the property owner notification within 800 feet of the subject property. There were no protest petitions submitted. There were calls from adjacent developers about this particular applicant not being required to conduct a traffic impact analysis. And it was obviously a 4.74 acre parcel wouldn't require a traffic study, but because this property is proposed to be part of a recently approved rezoning from last year, they felt the cumulative effect should be taken into consideration. There is a stream buffer according to Cary's GIS maps on the subject property that will need to be field determined at the time of site plan review. And this shows the location of the proposed street side trail along the future collector road in close proximity to the subject property, the Highcroft Collector. The subject property where it fronts Indian Wells Road is not designated as a collector road. Therefore, no streetscape would be required. And the closest transit route is on NC 55 highway, where there is a triangle transit route. And this concludes staff's presentation. I'll ask the applicant to come forward and then be available for your questions following the public hearing.
Thank you. I'll invite the applicant forward at this time.
You can adjust this.
Thank you. I'm a little taller than the last person, I guess. Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, my name is Adam Ashbaugh. I'm a partner with L-Star Management here in the Triangle area. This is a simple piece of property that unfortunately we weren't able to get under contract when we did the surrounding zoning. So it's simply an addition, a continuation of what you approved several months ago. Our goal is, and we've offered conditions identical to the previous rezoning to create a cohesive and compatible neighborhood with what you've previously approved. With regard to one of the concerns that was raised by, I guess, adjacent developers, our traffic is, the reason that we're not doing a traffic impact analysis is that we're well below the threshold for having to do one. The previous development or the previous rezoning that was done, we have a site plan that's in for review, is 60 lots. This additional parcel will add 10 or 12 lots. So we're at about 70 units. We're at least 25 lots below the threshold for having to do a traffic impact analysis. The developers who are looking at these adjacent contiguous are considerably larger projects, and that's why they're doing a traffic impact analysis. We are going above and beyond what we need to do. We're building a portion of that Highcroft Collector Road, which is required by the Comprehensive Transportation Plan. It does not connect to anywhere. We're building a section that ultimately will be extended north and south, but it doesn't serve our property. So we feel like we are doing not only that, but we're building sewer deeper than would need to be done to serve our property, to serve upstream properties. We're building a culvert under that roadway, which again, it will convey the stormwater from flows from projects upstream. So, you know, if you look at what we're doing things to help those other developments, just like if they're required to do a turn lane, that could eventually help our subdivision. With that, I don't have anything really to add unless you have any questions. I'm happy to try to answer them.
Very good. We may need you when we get to discussion. At this time, I'll open up the public hearing and invite the first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, open it up to council members for questions, comments. We're all good.
Comment would be, just seems to be in line with what was previously approved on the adjacent properties. I mean, we're talking 10, 12 homes here, so.
Yeah, I appreciate the applicant explaining that, you know, we weren't trying to separate it to avoid a traffic study together. It's still below the threshold, so that was important information. Okay, this will go to the Planning and Zoning Board for their consideration and recommendation. It will come back to us at a future date. Thank you, Ms. Grannon.
You're welcome.
We now move to discussion items. Item 6.1 is our budget and list of proposed changes. Mr. Shiver, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you tonight is consideration of adopting the recommended fiscal year 2015 budget for the town. It totals $261 million. $209 million support day-to-day operations, and $51 million is dedicated or recommended to fund capital projects. I will not go through all of the detail, as we have had a number of meetings as well as public hearings on the topic. The budget was first presented May the 8th. We then had work sessions either held on May 22nd, one scheduled on June 12th that we did not, found that we did not need to use, and also held public hearings, I believe on May 22nd and June the 12th as well. So the public has had approximately 6 weeks, as well as council, to review the budget and comment on the proposals contained therein. I would point out, as the agenda notes, that there is a list of proposed changes that was left in your chair, also emailed to you today. And one of the reasons, I think, as council knows, that these come a little bit late to you is because we can make adjustments in revenues right up very close to the end. So we have some new data to share. As it turns out, the budget remains essentially balanced. The one thing that I would draw your attention to, you may have noted $200,000 that we recommended in addition to approximately $300,000 originally proposed for the website overhaul. And we came to this conclusion not very long after the presentation or the budget was presented. And we feel that that amount is necessary to do the full overhaul that council is looking for. Most of the others are fairly minor, but staff is here this evening if there are any questions about anything on the additional list. Other than the things you see on the list, it has not substantially affected anything else in the budget. So with that, Mayor, I first, before turning it over to council's consideration, again, would like to thank the staff for some very hard work on this budget, and also in particular the budget office under Carl Knapp's direction, who did an excellent job this year, I think, in not only pulling the budget together in a very timely manner, but we also, as you know, transitioned to a new approach in priority-based budgeting that I think has helped us and the public, as well as the staff, focus our attention on how our services are organized and the amount of resources that go to those each year. So thanks to the staff, the budget office, to council as well, for your consideration of the past 6 or 7 weeks. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, and I do want to thank the budget office and Mr. Knapp. This is his first budget, I believe. And it looked like it didn't even faze him. He looks rested and relaxed. But for those who don't know, we approved the budget before July 1st, and immediately afterwards they start again. And it's a never-ending job, and they work very hard at it. And the evidence of their hard work is when it comes to council, it's in such a shape that we don't have a lot of additions and a lot of changes, because they meet with council, they listen to council, and they shape that budget to incorporate our wishes, and it makes our job a lot easier. I've been in budget seasons where we had several work sessions and you didn't think it was ever going to end. And to see one put together, especially in your first one like this, I'm very grateful, and please share that with staff, and I'm sure council members have comments to add as well. And if not, I'm ready to approve this budget anytime the rest of the council is. Other comments?
I just have one question. There's a note, and I apologize, I just saw this. There's a note about moving five positions from the fire department to the inspection and permits department.
That's part of the reorganization, and that was
So
effective sometime.
It's just a reallocation of funds. It's not a movement of actual.
That's correct.
I can't see a fireman in the inspection.
Well, they did fire inspections, right?
That's correct.
That's right.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we all understood, or at least me.
Other comments?
I just wanted to comment that I think there's a lot to be proud of in this budget. I think some of the best things are, to me, with my healthcare background, I particularly am pleased that we were able to increase our specialized recreation staff to full-time. I think we've struggled so much to get it funded at all, and now after 1 year to fund it full-time, I know that the families in Cary who have children of all ages who have really benefited from this are extremely happy and have waited a long time for this, and I know how proud we are to be able to do it. I'm also glad we were able to expand hours for C-Tran. I think, we've heard a lot about that, and we worked really hard to do that. I think this is a budget we can be proud of because it keeps our tax rate, continues to keep our tax rate low, the lowest in the county. We increased utility rates for customers who use over a certain, residential customers who use over a certain amount, 4,500 gallons a month, and we're increasing building permit fees to align with the increase in work that goes along with that. I think that's very responsible. And contrary to what someone said tonight, Cary does not have a lot of debt. In fact, we have a AAA bond rating, and in this budget, there is no new unapproved debt. In fact, last year, and in every year I've been a council member, Karen Mills and her staff have worked really hard to refinance every debt they could so that this town can save money, and that means the taxpayers. And like every budget, there's some things I wish we could have done that we couldn't do, and it would be remiss of me to not just mention those. And one is, I wish we could have expanded C-Tran to Sundays. And I know that we're going to continue to look at that. And we struggled with that and where that money would come from if we were able to do it. And maybe even adding new routes to C-Tran. I think we're all interested in that, but we can't fund everything that we were interested in, obviously. And I think there's a great deal of support for enhancements to the Skate Cary Park. The vert ramp is not just adding a ramp. It's a lot of infrastructure and redesign and things that have to be done to accomplish that. And I think there's a lot of interest in this council in seeing that come to fruition at some point in a thoughtful and logical and stepwise way. And so those are the things I know we wished we could have done. And the only other thing I'd add is I really feel that we benefited greatly by moving to priority-based budgeting. I feel like I understand this budget better than I ever have, even after 7 years. And I think a budgeting process that allows us to align how we spend our money with what we say our priorities are is of great benefit to us as we go through the process, but also to the town and the citizens of the town. So I'm very proud of this budget. I commend Mr. Shiver and his staff for everything they did to bring it to us in this great shape, and I look forward to voting for it.
Other comments? Mr. Yerhoff?
In addition to echoing everything Mrs. Adcock just said, I'd really like to urge as many citizens as possible to go online and take a look at this budget. The easiest way to do it, I think, tonight is the agenda for this meeting and just click on the budget item. Even if you're not a numbers person, ignore the numbers. No offense, Carl. But just look at the words, look at the town manager's message, and look at the sections for each department or each division. It lists the accomplishments for this past year. It's truly amazing the amount of work, the amount of good work that our staff does. And this budget is a great place to look at it in an itemized fashion. I think if you look at that and look at the words, you'd really begin to realize how much work's been done, where your tax dollars have really been spent. And if you're like me, you'd become a little prouder even than you are already for being a Cary citizen. So I really commend Carl and his staff and Ben for the work they've done.
Very good. Other comments?
Make a motion to approve the budget.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a few comments, but somebody got a motion out before I could.
Go for it.
But you can
do it
could
now.
still
It's
offer
totally
comment.
in order to do that.
I would agree with a lot of what Ms. Adcock said, not everything. As we're all different members of the council, we all have different opinions on what our priorities may be.
Some people like the expansion of C-Tran hours and want to expand to Sundays, and some of us don't. I think there's a limit on maybe how much transportation we should provide to people, but that's just me. But that said, I don't think we've ever had a budget where we all agreed on everything that was in it.
That's right.
To me, it's more about looking at the big picture, what's most important to not even just us as council members, but most important to our citizens. And I think this budget comes really, really close to meeting that goals. I always go back to something Ms. Hadcock did say that I wholeheartedly agree with, that if you can get a budget that you're 80, 90% satisfied, that's a good budget. And I'm over 80% and probably 90, 95% satisfied with this budget.
Put that in the minutes.
There are some things I would also agree that I wish we could have worked some things in here for Skate Cary, and I hope that this is not the last time we talk about those improvements, and that we do look at them in a holistic and comprehensive manner, because I personally don't just want to throw up a vert ramp to throw up a vert ramp. I've actually learned more about skate parks in the last couple of months than I ever cared to know. And I think we could do some really neat and cool, interesting things there for maybe similar dollars, but just provide more than what, maybe some folks think they might need. So I look forward to those discussions in the future. I look forward to some improvements there in the budget. But I too also would commend the staff, Carl, Ben, and everyone who worked on this. I mean, this is a year-long process. A lot of time, effort, and energy goes into it. It's never easy. It's never simple. And I too appreciate the priority-based budgeting aspect. This is probably one of the easiest to understand budgets I've ever read. So I'm very thankful for our staff and the hard work and their efforts. And a lot of them are Cary citizens too. They don't leave work and go home and forget about it. I mean, they want us to do the best job that we can, and they strive very hard to do the best job that they can, and I think it shows. So.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Once again, thank you. We now move to our second discussion item, establishment of an Historic Preservation Commission, LDO Round 29. Ms. Redling will present this item, and council may take action.
Good evening, Council. For your consideration tonight are proposed amendments to the Town Code and Land Development Ordinance that would allow for the creation of a Cary Historic Preservation Commission. Proposed amendments to the Town Code would establish a Cary Historic Preservation Commission as an official 7-member town commission with members serving staggered 3-year terms. Proposed amendments to the Land Development Ordinance would establish the powers and duties of the Historic Preservation Commission, or HPC. A major duty of the HPC would be to review requests for major changes to or demolition of designated historic properties, and if approved, the HPC would issue a certificate of appropriateness, and I'll call that a COA for short. COAs are required for exterior changes only unless the owner agrees to interior review. COAs for minor changes would be approved by staff within 45 days. COAs for major changes or demolition would require a quasi-judicial public hearing. The requested changes would be reviewed against adopted design guidelines, and the HPC must act within 180 days. Routine maintenance would not require permission from staff or a COA. A note about demolition. The HPC may not deny a COA for demolition except when a property is determined to be of statewide significance by the State Historic Preservation Officer, but it may delay demolition up to 365 days from the date of COA approval. The HPC may select a delay period less than that if a solution is arrived at, and a delay may be reduced for extreme hardship. Other powers and duties of the Historic Preservation Commission. are to maintain an inventory of historic properties, nominate and recommend potential landmarks, nominate areas as potential local historic districts, review and comment on National Register nominations, enter private lands to survey properties, prepare historic preservation plans if so requested by Town Council, conduct educational programs, and negotiate with owners to find preservation solutions when appropriate. It would be the duty of the P&Z Board, under these amendments, to review requests for historic district zoning and for Town Council to continue and the way they have been doing with final decisions on historic landmarks and final decision on historic district zoning, the way they do all rezonings. The proposed LDO amendments also codify the procedure for designating Cary historic landmarks, of which we currently have 7. The owner's permission and a designation report are required, as well as 2 public hearings. This process is set by state statute and is the process the town currently follows, with the only difference being that right now, Wake County HPC and their staff administer the program. But I do want to mention that the owner's permission is required not because for landmark designation, not because the state statute requires that particular permission, but because that is the practice that has been adopted by Wake County, and we would want to continue that practice as that has how it has always been. Procedures for designating local historic districts are also set by state statute and are shown here. An investigation and a report would be required along with the rezoning application. There would be opportunity for comment from the State Historic Preservation Office and from the Cary HPC, and then the historic district proposal would follow the town's usual rezoning process. Cary currently has no local historic districts. And it's important to note that HPC decisions regarding the issuance of certificates of appropriateness may be appealed to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. A violation of the Historic Preservation Ordinance is subject to the same notices and penalties as other violations of the Land Development Ordinance. In addition, if a landmark were altered without proper review, its designation may be amended or repealed by Town Council. Unlawful demolition of a designated historic building, and right now this only includes landmarks, would trigger a 48-month stay on redeveloping the site, though this may be waived for good cause by a 3/4 affirmative vote of Town Council. This slide shows the public hearing and review process for these proposed amendments up till tonight. There have been 2 public hearings as well as a work session with the P&Z Board. Since the first public hearing on May 8th, the following changes have been made to the proposed text. We clarified in a table that major COAs require a public hearing. We clarified that an owner's consent is required for landmark designation. We added language saying that COAs can't be granted if a request isn't congruent with the special character of the landmark or district, and that's language that's in the state statutes, and we felt like that needed to be in there. And finally, the penalty for unlawful demolition may be waived by Town Council, not the HPC, as it was when we first came to you, and you made the suggestion that that not be the case, that it be Town Council. Staff recommends approval of these proposed amendments. And at the P&Z Board, they recommended by vote of 8-1 to recommend approval. And Mr. Brent Miller of the Planning Board is here to summarize that board's discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Our Planning and Zoning Board Chair, Mr. Swanstrom, could not be here tonight and asked me to give our report to you. As you've seen, we considered this last week at our June 16th meeting, and our vote was 8-1 to recommend approval. As noted, we held an extensive work session on this item, which resulted in some changes and clarifications to the proposal that you have before you that are outlined in your staff report. The questions and discussion during our regular meeting included definitions of historic districts and landmarks, and staff clarified those for us. There was a suggestion to use the Imagine Cary process, to investigate additional ways that we might be able to save historic structures, perhaps by moving them to town parks or other town properties. We did not have any speakers at our public hearing. And during the discussion of our motion, those who supported the motion indicated that it is a good step forward for Cary. It gives us the framework we need to balance historic preservation and everyone's interest, all of the stakeholders' interest, everyone who is involved in historic preservation and indeed in the community. Two concerns were noted. One board member believes that a one-year delay of demolition is too long. That board member would prefer 6 months, but did support the motion to approve. The dissenting board member believes that the historic district designation should require the opt-in of all property owners, much like the landmark designation. Staff explained, as Ms. Redling had in her report, that the regular rezoning process is followed and public hearings are held, and you make that decision based on a planning and zoning board recommendation. I think that summarizes our discussion last week, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Questions for Mr. Miller? Thank you, Mr. Miller. No, I was waiting on you. You're waiting on me. Okay, council members, questions, comments, motion.
Just a couple questions for clarification. There was a thing saying that I think it was the HPC could enter private lands to survey. Is that with owner's permission, or is that not required?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last.
Is that with the property owner's permission, or not? Does that not matter?
That's written in the state statutes. It doesn't mention the property owner's permission. We in the town of Cary get the permission, and that's a standard practice for us. I think that the reason that that is there is if someone is surveying properties and accidentally doesn't realize they're on someone's property, that there is reason, and we do this with other types of municipal or county government, that they're covered, that they had a legitimate reason to be there. But I know that in our surveying practice, we require and have been requiring if you leave the right-of-way, you must have the owner's permission.
What exactly would the HPC be surveying? I mean, I understand what surveyors do for roads and water and infrastructure and such, but what exactly would they be surveying?
I think that's a blanket way of saying if the HPC is allowed to survey properties, it means, or their designees, and I don't think, unless they just wanted to go out, they would probably, as we did, hire someone to do that under the auspices of the HPC to survey. So it's just written, the HPC may survey, and I think anyone representing the HPC. So we surveyed the properties to create an updated inventory, and surveying just means driving to the site, taking pictures, and noting the architectural features of the house. And if we have permission to go on the property, taking additional pictures. Otherwise, that is the survey.
Okay. I don't know if it's a big deal for others. I don't know if I would prefer the word inspection or something instead of survey. Survey to me seems more infrastructure related, but I don't know that it's a deal breaker. And the year delay that the HPC could impose up to a year delay, did that come from state statutes?
It is allowed, excuse me, allowed by state statutes up to 365 days maximum. The state statutes also say that if a reasonable solution is negotiated before then, it doesn't need to be 365 days, or if it's determined in early stages that the property does not have enough significance, it does not need to be 365 days, or if there's an extreme hardship. So the language is written that's as a maximum and does not have to be reached every time, but it's given as a maximum, I think with the understanding that sometimes negotiating a solution that might involve moving a property or finding a buyer may take up to 365 days, and to give real teeth to that ability to try to negotiate a solution, if you need that maximum, it's given to us.
And does that only apply to those properties on the registry or anything in a historic district, or?
That's a good question. The state statutes say that that applies to landmark properties, officially designated landmark properties, or properties that fall within local historic districts. There is, for future consideration, perhaps, some towns, including Cary, have enabling legislation that would allow us to use that delay for other inventoried properties, but we do not have that in this, in these amendments. That would be something we might consider in the future, but not now.
So right now, it would only apply to those landmark properties and/or those in a historic district?
In a local historic district, yes, which of course we don't have any right now, but.
Got it.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Sorry, Mr. Uriah, I know you were so excited to talk about this. But going to Mr. Francis' first point about the use of the word surveying, is that word used because that's the same word that appears in statute and you're going for consistency?
Yes, it is. It is in the statutes.
So I think.
Said as surveying.
So I see kind of what you're getting at, but in terms of trying to have verbiage that then you have statute to fall back on, since that's where we get our authority, I probably will go with that, but I totally know what you're talking about.
Mr. Urha, I believe you're up.
Okay. This ordinance amendment is really just one more step in the implementation of the Historic Preservation Master Plan, which this council adopted. Now it's been over 4 years. It's amazing that much time has gone by. But it's a significant step in the implementation of that plan. I really want to thank the staff for their extensive work and the Planning and Zoning Board for all the time they spent on this. They really looked into this in great detail, and the concerns they brought up at the meeting, I was listening to it, and the responses from the staff are duly noted. And I think, like with every other ordinance that's kind of new to us and that can be complex, we're going to be seeing amendments as the days and years go by, amendments to this amendment, if you will, as we see what really works and what doesn't work. And I think there could be some tweaking as the time goes on to address a lot of questions and concerns. Your questions were great, Don. I do think what we have here is a great place to start. I want to thank also the Wake County Historic Preservation Commission, got to mention them, for their support all of these years. They've done yeoman's work for us, and I hope to continue to work with them as the time goes on. But unless there are other comments before a motion, I'd be happy to make one. I move that we approve the establishment of a Cary Historic Preservation Commission and approve all of the associated amendments to the town code and the LDO as presented in this round 29 of the staff report.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Comprehensive plan consistency.
I like to move that the LDO Amendment Round 29 is consistent with the comprehensive plan and based upon all the information presented to us at the public hearings by the applicant based on the recommendations and detailed information presented by the staff and so forth, that LDO Amendment Round 29 is reasonable and in the public interest.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Urha.
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of people waiting on the next rezoning request. I've had a request to take a very brief, and I'll ask council, please make it 5 minutes. Take a very brief recess, and we'll be right back and address this next issue. So we're in recess.
Thank you.
reconvene our council meeting. We'll move to item 6.4, the rezoning request for the Pritchett tract. Before we can do anything else, we need a motion to remove this item from the table.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Staff will give a report now. We've already heard from the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation approval last month, and council may take action either by voting on this request or by tabling it as was requested after we hear from staff. Ms. Graham.
Thank you. I'm going to just refresh your memories briefly with this. I know you've seen it several times, but there's been numerous changes, so I'm just going to recap that very, very briefly. It's a 52.25 acre parcel, and as you can see, it is divided by a stream buffer, and so there's 2 proposed zoning districts. It's also got 2 separate designations on Cary's southeast area plan, low to medium density residential, and very low density to low density residential. The existing zoning is residential 40. The adjacent property around the subject property is also residential 40, but the property does abut the Swift Creek mixed-use overlay district, and that's the blue line boundary right there. The proposed zoning is residential 8, conditional use for the portion of the property adjacent to Holly Springs Road, and residential 12, conditional use for the property that is adjacent to the homes that front Campbell Road. Area 1, the R8 property, the applicants propose to limit the use to detached residential, community garden, and/or neighborhood recreation with a maximum density. This says 3 dwelling units per acre. It's actually 2.5 dwelling units per acre, so they did reduce the density for that area. They've proposed, currently the proposal is a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet for lots directly adjacent to Campbell Woods. Today, we received a request from the applicant to increase that to 20,000. And I explained that that can't be offered for your consideration tonight. It has to come 10 days prior to action, 10 working days, and that is an ordinance requirement. There is a condition for a preservation of 10,000 square feet of open space around the existing cemetery. This shows the cemetery location on the property. And then there's an existing home here and a barn located here. The applicant's also proposing a minimum of 10,000 square feet of open space for community gathering around the existing barn. The applicant has offered a condition stating that they will show proof of a preservation easement granted to capital area preservation for the barn. And today we also heard that they were expanding that to include a grain silo that's located on the property. And so language on that, it was also offered, but not 10 days. So it couldn't be included for your decision if you were to make a decision tonight. Area 2, the residential 12 conditional use area, which is located further to the east, again has a condition proposed to limit the use to detached residential, community garden, and/or private neighborhood recreation, a maximum density of 1.5 dwelling units per acre, and a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet for lots adjacent to Campbell Road. Over the entire area, both portions of the property, all the improvements that were identified in the traffic analysis report that was conducted last December have been offered by the applicant, and those are detailed in your staff report. The overall maximum number of dwelling units is 95. And there was a private donation arrangement through Capital Area Preservation for the historic Franklin House on the subject property. There is still a valid protest, so a supermajority vote would be required if this were to be approved. The issues that remain in place that we've heard from the citizens remain lot size, transitions, and connectivity requirements. In regard to the connectivity requirements, there was language offered by the applicant and reviewed by our planning staff and legal staff that helps to clarify that the town has not said that they need to make that connection. The requirements for them to stub to the property line, and they wanted some clarification about that in the staff report. So they've offered that. Once again, it's not in what you could take action on tonight, but if you defer this until a future meeting, there would be time to incorporate that in the report. And as mentioned, this was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board for approval by a vote of 6-2. So changes since the Town Council meeting, the lot size adjacent to the Campbell Road properties was increased to 20,000 square feet. Previously, it was 15,000 square feet. So that was a lot of information, but I think you've probably heard a lot about this, and the applicant is present. I'll certainly do my best to answer any questions you have.
Okay. The applicant has requested for us to defer or table this item. I think personally that's a good idea, especially with the changes. The changes are in a positive direction.
I'd be happy to make a motion and then speak to it if I could.
Okay.
I move that, let me get the number. I move that we table rezoning 13 REZ 27, the Pritchett Tract, until our July 18th council meeting.
That's July 17th.
July, oh, what did I say?
18th.
June? Oh, it's July 17th, okay.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion.
Thanks for the math correction. I think given that there are actually 3 conditions before us that have a significant impact on the suitability of this plan, I think it's prudent of us to table it.
Okay.
I just want to add that I went out and looked at another neighborhood today that might be similar to this one, that has 8,000 square foot lots. And I have some serious reservations about whether or not the minimum of 8,000 square foot is the appropriate minimum size for the lots here. So I have expressed that to the applicant, and I'm glad to see this being tabled. I'd like to see work to continue to be done on this and make sure it's going to be the best product possible.
And I'll speak because I want to follow up. I had the same concern. 8,000 square foot just, to me, doesn't fit with what's there. I think there's a lot of positive things that have been done. The 20,000 square foot lots, I'd actually like to see that on the Fordland Drive side too, because I think that would be just like 2 or 3 lots.
That's what they added.
They did add.
That's what
May-
they
may I
added.
clarify?
They will be.
Across the south.
So all the way around the.
I mean, that's their
They
condition.
have proposed a 20,000 square foot minimum lot size along the entire southern boundary of the,
I'm talking on the Fordland Drive, or is that the southern?
this is Fordland Drive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, this is Fordland Drive, and so they've
I was
proposed,
thinking east and south, and that's what they're
yes,
proposing,
and
which is good.
and
So they're
20,000
moving in the
there.
right direction, but I'd still, like you, have the concern on the R8. That's not where I want, and I made the applicant aware of that several weeks ago, and that's what it would take, I think, to move me for approval. So that's where I am.
One of the concerns, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll just go ahead and clarify a little bit. One of the concerns I had is that we have neighborhoods that have 8,000 square foot lots, and that the neighborhoods look okay, but I think one of the distinguishing factors is that some of these neighborhoods that have 8,000 square foot lots, they have good articulation around the building. It's not just a box with a pretty front on it. And I just have a lot of concern that houses that are going to get built that have the, blank sides on 3 sides that look attractive on one side, it just, when you get down into tight densities like that, it just has that box look when you're looking at it from the side or from the back. And that's one of the reasons why I just don't think that the 8,000 is the right fit.
I'm very pleased with the applicant's efforts to increase the minimum lot size on the south and the east. I do think that goes a long way to addressing some of the residents' concerns. But as we heard tonight, there's also the concerns that, the residents don't feel like they're being heard or listened to. And I hope that this provides the applicant and the area residents another chance to get together. But I also understand that, being heard and listened to are sometimes 2 different things. You may not come away still feeling happy, I think, or feeling good, as one speaker put it. But I do see an applicant trying, and I don't want to stop that. But at the same time, I also do believe compromise is a two-way street, that, it's, the applicant can give an offer and give an offer and give an offer, but I do think there's also an expectation on the other side to also give up some, give a little bit too. And then also the applicant's comments in regards to transition and how close this is to some major, commercial areas is valid. I mean, are we still trying to keep this incredibly rural given its, location to major commercial shopping and so forth? So I think they're moving in the right direction in regards to transition. And I'd like to give them the opportunity to continue that. And I think we would be foolish tonight to take action on it, knowing that if we wait till the next meeting, we at least get 20,000 foot lot sizes abutting the neighbors and the information regarding the grain silo and stuff. And I do, applaud the applicant for their efforts regarding the historic preservation on this site, the barn, the silo, and even the old house. I kind of find that amazing, so.
Other comments?
Since we're all laying it out on the line here, I also agree that the applicant's made some great strides. It does concern me that several of the residents, and I heard it from a couple of them, and I called a few of them, hear about things after the fact, after they've already discussed it with staff and a proposal's been made, and they're coming to it after. So I would just express to the applicant here's your chance to have some more time. Please, we don't really want that citizens coming back and say we didn't hear from them again. Here we are, we gave them another month or 2 weeks or whatever it ends up being, and oh yeah, we haven't talked to them once. The other thing, since we are being as transparent as we all tend to be, that the amenity that I've seen, or the open space that I've seen on the sketch plans, is a great big field. So with 95 homes is a really great opportunity to put a playground, to put some sort of amenity for our new, soon-to-be new Cary neighbors, should this move forward. I sure would like to see some sort of amenity for all these kids so that they don't go and look for trouble on the other side of Campbell, closer to Campbell Road, go to look for that beautiful landscaping, right? I just know that if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be looking to find it. So I hope that
Which is why we keep you busy here.
I just hope you'll consider that as you work with the residents that are nearby, and I do applaud all the work that you've done, and I'm sure that you will continue to do.
Yeah, I support the motion for deferral also. Every condition that we've seen along the way, and it's been a long way on this one, but every condition that we've seen has gotten better, has made the plan better. So the more time we get, it can only get better. And so I think we need to do that. And it would be wonderful if the applicant and the neighbors could get together during these next few weeks again. It really would be great. I mean, it's not something we can demand, but it would be a wonderful thing. Because one of the things that really bothered me about this, even though I have a lot of good things to say about the plan, is the unhappiness still on the part of the applicant, on part of the neighbors. It just bothers me when there's that. Mr. France said it well. It's a give and take. I think both sides need to really look hard at this and see if they can become a little more amicable over the next, 3 weeks, I guess, from tonight. So I definitely support the deferral.
Mr. Smith, you live less than a mile from there, I think. So what are your thoughts on going?
Well, first of all, this is a classic case of dealing with unintended consequences. If we left the plan alone, the Campbell Road people would have the luxury, when Gorman is connected to Cary Parkway, of losing their homes and having them condemned and going away. So maybe that's a thought that should be in some people's mind as we go through the last couple weeks, if we go through tabling this. I too am concerned about this the sense of tension that's here, and I'm perplexed by it. But I can tell you, I want to be fair here. We're hearing what we're hearing tonight, but as I read the emails, at the risk of the messenger being shot here, there's a tenor that basically says, we want county standards next to us. That's the tenor, if you read the emails. And when you get an email that says, we've had no compromise, and then there's been no compromise on one side, and we've dealt with the weeks and months of the other side working hard with these suggestions, let's just be fair about it. I mean, I think the best thing that can happen now is you wipe the slate clean, put the baggage aside, and understand, you know, what is best for that area. And, you know, and if you believe that it's county standards and we're going to support that, so be it. But I think we have an opportunity here to put a great piece in here. You know, it's like the Pennsylvania Keystone. This is a keystone area. We have an opportunity with someone working hard to give us quality development, you know, and what I'm hoping is that folks really do make a good effort with the spirit of compromise to see if we really are close. I think that would be great. And they've got your message, and they got your message. So they know the hurdle that they're up against, but I just think that has to be said, and I apologize if I've offended someone. I was really impressed with a comment tonight from one of the speakers that said, you know, sometimes we forget what's said, but we never forget how we're made to feel. If you go on the town website to my bio, that's been my motto for 26 years. So I'm very sensitive to the point of, you know, that we should have mutual respect and we should work with each other together. But I can tell you, as an outsider looking at this, I think both sides have to look I think the other side has to look at where there can be some very reasonable compromise that still protects. And the data shows that anything developed here is going to improve your property value. So so here's an opportunity to improve your property value more by working together to get a quality site plan or a quality development in here. Just my thoughts on that.
Other comments? Okay, there's a motion on the table to table this until July 17th, and I would call for that question now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and we'll see this again on July 17th.
Hopefully for the last time.
Hopefully for the last time. Since it has been tabled, there is no need for a comprehensive plan consistency, and that takes us to item 6.6, which is the Aging Issues Task Force. Mr. Bajork will present this item, then council may take action. Mr. Bajork.
Good evening, council. You have before you a staff report that we hope that can establish your task force on aging issues. To do that, there are 6 decision points which we need your feedback on, and I'll just maybe walk through those. Some we need your confirmation, and others, and actually some direction. The first 3.
Hold on just a second.
You're going to need to shout.
Yeah.
Good. Bring the other mic in, the one with the louder voice.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, well, I did such a good job the first time, I can do that again. You have before you a staff report to establish the task force on aging issues. And in order to do that, there are 6 decision points that we need either your confirmation or direction on for staff to continue on. The first 3 are the mission statement, the lifespan, and the meeting schedule for the task force, and the work outcomes. They're listed in the staff report. Do we have any additions or on that, or did we meet your direction on those?
I'm fine with those, as they're written in the staff report.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Jennifer Robinson. I don't do this enough, but we wouldn't have.
Thank you.
We wouldn't have the town of Cary being chosen for this task force if it wasn't for her great work on the Triangle J Council of Government. So I didn't see that specifically in the staff report, so I thought I'd
Thank
pull
you
that
for
out.
saying that. I appreciate it.
Cuckoo.
I know.
It is a great opportunity for us. Okay, so take that as a confirmation for the first three. The fourth, the
As you
fourth
should.
item is naming of a council liaison, and then also the role that that person would play.
Who's the oldest council member?
Actually, I was noticing when I was looking at all the liaison roles that there was a certain council member that didn't have as many liaison roles as others that might want to step up to the opportunity.
And they have a lot of gray hair, and it's not me.
I didn't know if gray hair was a
And
requirement.
a birthday coming up.
And a birthday.
And
Let's
a
just pick it by the person who has the next birthday, who's aging up next. Oh.
Mr. Yerha, not to put you on.
kid.
Outage already.
No,
Almost a
I'd be
firecracker.
happy to serve in that capacity. I mean, I was the nudge all along to get this going, and then it's just a fantastic thing that this opportunity with Triangle J came along, and it all worked,
Well,
I think, together.
we actually, we were instrumental, Town of Cary was instrumental in even having this toolkit, because we had said at our retreat that we wanted, a long time, I don't know when it was several years, one of our priorities was helping our aging population. And so we were at Triangle J having a meeting of, for those of you who don't know what the Triangle J Council of Government is, it's an organization that's comprised of at least one elected official from every government in a 7-county region. And we were sitting around talking about the work that the COG does and what individual towns were trying to do. And I mentioned that we wanted to have livability for our seniors as one of our priorities, but we really weren't sure how we ranked and what we could do. And from that, the whole idea of having a toolkit was born. And then we got to be the one to showcase it, because we were the town that was first kind of thinking, hey, we need to do something about this. So it's very exciting. And I was at the COG yesterday, and they said that cities from all over the country have heard about this and have expressed interest in it and want to see what's going to happen. So once again, I mean, I think Cary's really at the cutting edge, and I think it's very exciting. So I think you'll be great on this. So I'm glad you're.
So we're going to
Do it.
include you in the motion. So we'll include you in the motion.
And then just to be clear in terms of the role, in terms of staff recommends kind of the option 2, which was being at specific meetings, not necessarily, so.
Monday through Friday, 9 to 5.
Right.
It's just 2 Wednesdays a month. That's all it is.
And then finally, the size of the task force, the criteria for selection, and then the membership selection process is listed out in the staff report. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to address those, but it's been proven successful in the past.
Seems very consistent with
Seems to
the
work.
size and composition and how we choose other commission and board members.
So it sounds like we're in agreement with staff recommendations, and we want to plug in Mr. Yerha.
Yes, sir.
Need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept all aspects as presented by staff for the task force on aging livability, including the appointment of Mr. Yerha.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Bajork. We now move to item 6.7. It's our next to last discussion item. It's the North Carolina Symphony Summerfest additional funding, and Mr. Collins will present the item, and council may take action. Mr. Collins.
Good evening, councilors. As you see in the staff report, and as was reported last year when we presented the annual management plan for the amphitheater, the Symphony was considering expanding Summerfest. They have developed a proposal and have implemented a pilot program to expand the Summerfest programming. And they, as the staff report indicates, are requesting an additional $40,000 to offset additional marketing costs that have been incurred to implement this expanded program. The staff report also details some of the impacts that the amphitheater has already realized as a result of this. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And of course, I think personally, I think that Summerfest is hugely successful, and I'm all for this. So
I'd just like to thank staff and Lyman and everybody for all your efforts I mean, it was really pleasing to read the staff report, to see the growth in the attendance and symphony and everything over the years. That was just very exciting. And then in conjunction with everything town staff and SMG and everybody's doing with the amphitheater in general, I think it's just, Coca Booth is really becoming a big player in outdoor performance venues in the region. It's been exciting to be a part of it and to watch it happen. So just job well done to everybody.
Thank you.
I love Coca Booth. I love the symphony, but I do have a question. And that is, as I look back at the minutes from the meeting where we approved this, and it's referenced in the report, and I don't want to lose where I am, so I'm not going to go back and tell you what date they were, but Jennifer will. It's right up at the top.
Which one?
It's the staff report that's, in the staff report, it references right here. It says approved on October 17, 2013. If you look at number 4 in there, in the minutes, it says authorize staff to work with the symphony on plans to expand and bring Summerfest 2014 and bring back to council any significant budgeting or programming implications for final review and approval. Well, when I read that, it says you'll come back and say this is what we want to do and this is what it'll cost. But the way I read this, they've expanded it from 7 to 9, and now they're asking for more money for advertising. And it feels to me like it's out of sync with what we said. I thought what we said was tell us what you would do and how much it would cost and then come. But they've done it, and now they're asking for money. So I just want to point that out. It's in no way to indicate lack of support for the symphony. But you can speak to that, Lyman, if you want to.
Well, I'm happy to speak to that. The symphony began developing these plans in the fall. There was a great deal of trying to figure out what those plans might entail. Also, a great deal of discussion to limit the scope. I think since we were approaching this as a pilot, we did not want to staff did not want to encourage the symphony to overreach in this regard. And then after that, it really became a matter of timing. It became a matter of taking longer than anticipated to determine what the ultimate request would be, determine the symphony to outline actually how they would use the request. And at that point, from the symphony's perspective, marketing needed to begin. So they did begin. They fully understand that council can elect not to accept this recommendation, and they will deal with the consequences of that should that happen. But it essentially was a matter of timing and trying to work all of the different moving parts, which were moving a lot in a lot of different directions. And the symphony is a large organization and has many arms. And sometimes bringing all those arms together doesn't proceed necessarily as smoothly as one might like.
Okay. I don't know what to say. Asked and answered, I guess.
Other questions or comments?
I attended a symphony concert there a couple of weeks ago, and I'm a little embarrassed to say it had been about 2 years since I had attended a previous symphony concert there. And it was night and day. The crowds were amazing this time, and I didn't know anything about these statistics, and when I see this, it bears that out. The crowds were amazing, and the excitement was amazing. It was one of the best concerts I had ever attended at Coca Booth, and it was a symphony concert. So something is working. Whatever they're doing or however they decide to do it, it's working. And I think they're to be commended for doing that, and you are too. And I think this transfer of funds is very appropriate.
I just wish you'd been asked in a way that said, here's what we want to do, and here's what it's going to cost you, and we could have made the decision then. Because now it's really pro forma, and it's after the fact, and I don't feel great about it. I feel great about the symphony. I just don't feel great about the process.
Mrs. Smith? Yeah, but at the same time, as he said, you can argue it's pro forma, but if the numbers weren't there, it wasn't compelling, we'd say no. I mean, it's just that simple. Can we clean up the process? I think you got the message. Maybe.
Oh, absolutely. It's our intention if, as outlined in the staff report, we'll clearly do a comprehensive review and analysis of what has happened. If the pilot program does prove to be a continuing success over the next 2 concerts, we're currently at 15,000 attendees, and that's up 26% from 2 years ago through 7 concerts. We still have 2 more concerts to go. I think it's easy to project that there'll be another 5,000 people at the next 2 concerts come and enjoy the beach music this weekend, and then the 4th of July and the Von Trapps. We don't count the 4th of July numbers because that's a free concert in these numbers. But we do anticipate that it will continue, but we will do a comprehensive analysis, including working with the Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau. They do an outstanding job of providing us with economic impact statistics. The Symphony cites some, but I'm more comfortable with the ones from the CVB. We've used them for a number of years, and we've got a good comparison. So we will, and then if it does prove to be something that staff, SMG, the Symphony, do want to move forward with beyond a pilot program, it would be incorporated into the management plan, which was the intention this year. Our hope had been to incorporate it into the management plan, which you will then see in October. You will have the opportunity to take action on it in October and make whatever decision you choose to make at that time.
Okay.
Can I have one more thing?
I'm sorry?
I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second? And a second? Ms. Eckhoff.
Did you want to speak to your motion, Mr. Smith, before I say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
I said, would you like to speak to your motion before I make a comment?
I just, I would echo what Ed said. One of the questions I have for the Symphony is I'm sure you keep track of, or can you keep track of where people are coming from? Because I've been amazed over the last several concerts how many people are coming from quite a distance, not a distance that you'd go home afterwards. So, you know, I think if that data is available, I think that would be interesting.
That's exactly what the CVB takes into account, because our ticketing tracking systems does show by zip code where people are coming from, and then they will account for a certain number of, you know, in town or, you know, easily drivable, and that has an economic impact number. But then, of course, there's a percentage that do come from away, and that has a greater economic impact number, and that will be provided. So yes, we will be able to get those.
Right, and then the other thing, Ed, back to your point, years ago, the Symphony would have like a headliner, you know, a headline name. Doc Henderson or Skitch Henderson, the guy from Johnny Carson, you know, he would come and play. And they've gone away from that, but what has evolved, I think, is the creativity. The other night, you know, this is where I think marketing would help, because the other night, you know, I saw the one about Cirque
du Soleil.
You know, and I said, oh, this might be one to miss, you know. But when you go there and you see 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds mesmerized, I mean, just the amount of kids there that are now gaining an appreciation for the symphony in a different way than just listening to the music. You know, they're on to something, and I hope we can help. And that, you know, and I mean no disrespect to the process. I think we should improve the process. I absolutely do. I want to make that very clear. So, you know, the motion is not to in any way object to the comments made. I think those
Sure.
are
Oh, absolutely.
well taken.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to vote for your motion, and here's why. 2 reasons. One is it's a lesson learned, and 2, we have the money. We're transferring it from money that was already appropriated. It's not costing us $20,000 we didn't have.
Those are good comments.
Well, I guess you think so, since they support your motion.
Are we in violent agreement or disagreement?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Thank you.
We had an item 4.4 pulled from the consent agenda for discussion. It's the Green Level West Road widening project. Ms. Kristen Dwiggins is here to answer any questions. And Ms. Robinson, this is your item.
Thank you very much. I was reluctant to approve it under consent just because we had a speaker that came and expressed that she and her neighbors would like additional time to look at that alignment and that median and where the median starts and stops. Is there an opportunity for the staff to work with the residents a little bit more and then vote on it at the next meeting?
Well, just to give you a little background, we actually had our first public workshop back in October of 2013, and we sent out mailings to all the residents in Branton, or the White Oak Estates subdivision, as well as everyone in the along the project corridor and the HOAs as well. And at that meeting, we received comments about the concerns of the median across Branton Drive, and I'll just pull up this slide here. Oh, I'm sorry. If you look at the slide here, originally on the first public workshop, we showed a median that was continuous across Green Level West Road, and Branton Drive is here to the north. And currently, Green Level West is a 2-lane roadway at this location. We took that feedback that we had and had a second public workshop, April 8th of 2014. And we also sent out public workshop notices to everyone, as well as emails to residents who had been interested in the project. And we uploaded the workshop plans and the 25% design plans to the website prior to the workshop for residents to provide feedback prior to the workshop. And so we took that information that we received from the first workshop about the median, and we were able to provide a median crossover, which is this left turn lane that allows lefts into Branton Drive, but it still restricts the left turn out of Branton Drive. So we were able to provide additional feedback or revisions to the plans with that respect. So we have provided a lot of opportunities for public feedback to this point. We are following DOT guidelines. Median spacing requirements require 1,200 feet between full access intersections. Branton Drive is only 450 feet from Glenmore Road and Capistrane, which would be the ideal location for full access point based on traffic volumes, connectivity to and access to hundreds of homes in that neighborhood, whereas Branton Drive only has about 40 single-family homes.
And how far do they need to go down the road before they make a U-turn?
Excuse me. There's a median break about 1,000 feet west of Branton Drive. I have another slide here. It's a little hard to see, but Branton Drive is at this location, and the future median break is at the future Highcroft Extension Drive. So there's about 1,000 feet from that location.
Mm-hmm.
The second location would be at the NC 540 Turnpike. There's another median break at that point.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be doing a U-turn down there.
No, you do U-turn at the future Highcroft, yeah. Kristen, it's been a while now. It's probably been, I don't know, 12 or more years since they implemented the 700 feet, NCDOT, they being NCDOT, implemented the 700 feet requirement, and then they went up to 1,200 feet. Do they have any studies that have gone back and shown that this has actually improved safety? Because a lot of citizens would contend that the U-turn movements make them feel less safe.
The median crossover guidelines were actually approved back in 2003, so they've been in place for over a decade now with the 1,200-foot regulation. It does increase, the median crossover does improve safety. It reduces the number of conflict points and turning movements where vehicles have the opportunity to crash into each other, basically. With a 4-lane median divided roadway, you would have about 6 conflict points, which would be opportunities for crashes. With the median crossover, you only have 2 conflict points because you're only allowing right-in and right-out locations. It also allows the increase of capacity on the roadway. There's less vehicles trying to make that turning movement so the through movement is not having to slow down and try to anticipate other drivers making unexpected maneuvers in front of them.
And then, okay, so I understand that part because that seems pretty clear. But what about a person needing to get over, for turning right and needing to immediately get over into the far left lane? Is that causing any safety concerns? And then having to make a U-turn movement, is there an increase in accidents because of those two movements?
I don't believe so. There is ample opportunity 1,000 feet to get into that left turn lane, so that provides plenty of time for acceleration to get into the left turn lane and then to decelerate as you move into the left turn lane to make a U-turn. The U-turn movement, there's only you only have an opposing through movement to be aware of when you're making that U-turn, so there's actually less conflict points when you're making that U-turn movement, as opposed to if you were trying to make a left turn lane, or a left out of Branton, across 5 lanes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like you've given them a lot of opportunities to provide input. I have a reservation just because they've expressed it. It often happens that people don't pay attention until it's like right in front of them, and they're like, "What? What's happening?" But it does sound like we've given a lot of opportunities for public input. Is this on some kind of timeline, like you're ready to get moving on this project, and this vote is critical for you guys to start moving on the next step?
That's correct. This project was approved as a part of the community bond referendum, so we are on a fast track and fast pace to get this project designed into construction. The consultant is, once we receive approval from Town Council, we'll be able to complete 50% plans to send to the DOT for review and approval. Our plan is to begin the right-of-way acquisition process this fall, and then go to construction beginning of 2016.
Okay. All right.
Let me ask a follow-up question. Would 3 weeks really throw you off schedule? I'm kind of sensitive to Ms. Gabrielle, who talked about wanting it, whether she missed it or not, but just wanting that opportunity for she and her neighbors to look at it. And I was curious if we table this until the 17th, if that would really, how badly that would mess up your timeline. Just erring on the side of giving the citizens a little more time.
We could certainly provide additional time. I did speak with Ms. Gabriel at the public workshop, and there were other residents from Branton Drive who did attend the workshop as well. So we did have opportunities to speak to residents who live there.
And they had a chance to see this final version?
That's correct. This version,
okay.
Yes.
Then I'm satisfied.
Okay.
Other comments?
I mean, I'd still feel better to give it another 3 weeks if it doesn't.
But I'm going to what she said she hadn't had a chance, she and her neighbors hadn't had a chance to see this. I'm hearing you tell us that she did.
That's correct.
That you spoke with her. I don't know, If she clearly hadn't seen these, I'd be going 3 more weeks. I don't feel like it's absolutely right, absolutely wrong to do it either way.
I guess I have to say that, I hate to get into the whole he said, she said, but if it doesn't cause a problem to delay it for 3 weeks, I just err on the side of caution.
What would change?
Are you asking me?
Perhaps understanding would increase.
Yeah, it's similar to potentially tabling some of the things. Sometimes just giving someone an opportunity to understand the process, make them feel better about it, buy in. We don't know. I wasn't there, so I didn't see anyone there. I'm not saying that you didn't, but, if it gives citizens a better say in their government and to give their feedback, maybe what they do is better understand the process. So there's going to be a lot of changes in this area. There's a lot coming on.
You could also give them false hopes, like they could actually make a difference, and it comes back in 3 weeks as the exact same thing.
But then they have an opportunity.
And it may. Your explanation was very reasonable. I mean, it may come back exactly like this, and I see nothing horribly wrong with the way you explained this. So we may do it the same way, but 3 weeks at least gives time for a little more understanding. on the part of the,
If there's no incurred cost and nothing else,
Right.
I'll make the motion that we delay it,
That we table it?
well, I guess, yeah, that we table this until our next meeting, July 17th.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And the second discussion?
I'm not going to vote for the motion.
You know, I'm kind of, as Mr. Smith would say, 49, 51. You know, and I'm fond of saying, and y'all are going to tease me when I'm gone, but I'm fond of saying do no harm. And I don't think tabling this for 3 weeks would do any harm. It can only have some potential good in terms of people feeling they were heard by us. And so I'm going to support the motion. Won't cry if it fails, but I'm going to support it
Okay, other
on
comments?
that basis.
There's a motion to table till the July 17th meeting. And this is not going to be unanimous, so I'd ask for a show of hands. All in favor of the motion, please say aye, and show
Aye.
of hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries 4-3. So this is tabled until our July 17th meeting.
And will you reach out to Ms. Gabriel and let her know and give her that opportunity, and then it's hers to take? Oh, she's still here? Oh, good, then she's heard all this, that's great.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Ms.
and thanks for the
Thank you very
great
much.
explanation.
Thank you, council.
It's time for us to go into closed session, and I would entertain a motion to do so.
Pursuant to GS 143-318-11A, 1 and 3, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by and/or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the town. Among other things, the council expects to receive advice concerning the following lawsuit: Town of Cary, North Carolina versus Leah Rani, and 2, to prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential by GS 143-318-10E.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in closed session. Thank you. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.
I love the reverb.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.